Dude, welcome back to Truth and Transparency. This episode is titled Clint Bobo Tells Police Holly Went to Drew's at 7 p.m. the night before the abduction. What? Yeah. Again, welcome back to Truth and Transparency. I am Lana and I will be your host. And we are reopening the Holly Bobo case. We are reopening it. Again, sorry for the delay if you're watching this live. Now, Lana, what are you talking about? Well, and Lana, what do you have up on the screen? Well, we're going to go over that right now. I have my whiteboard here. I have my Elmo, which is Hector, the projector to us. Elmo to the courts. I can just, slide documents that I make and put them right there and you guys can see them all. So let's talk about something really quick though. In order to follow along in this case, you have to know who people are. So just real quick here. Karen Bobo is Holly's mother. Dana, sounds like a girl's name though, but Dana, okay, is also a male's name. So Dana is Holly's father. And then the two kids from the marriage is Holly and Clint. Clint was about 25. Holly was 20. Okay. And they all lived at the same house. Holly was attending a nursing program, and Clint volunteered a couple days a week as we'll just use social worker from 10 to 1. And like I said, just a couple days a week. And then he went to the University of Tennessee, Martin, 2 days a week. And those 2 days a week that he would go to school would be Tuesday, Thursday, and it was like a loaded up day. If you guys remember your college schedules where you have all day and it's like your Tuesday, Thursday, they're like a lot longer classes. Anyways, so now in order to recreate all this case, okay, I went back to the beginning and I'm gonna do it with you guys. Okay. So Holly Bobo was abducted from her property. This is the narrative that Holly Bobo was abducted from her property at about between 7:45 and 8 o'clock. Okay. 7:45 and 8 on Wednesday morning. Now, the timeline in the beginning is so important. So we're going to lay all this stuff out before you can get to anybody else. Now, the guy that is right behind Jennifer here, the prosecutor, it's a gentleman that is from Lexington, Tennessee, who on the day of this abduction, him and a friend, so this is Babs and Williams, these two dudes, they go and they go fishing. And there's a lake kind of right across and behind where Holly lives. And then there's like a smaller one and then there's like a bigger one. Okay. Well, I'm going to show you what Jennifer did. This is the fourth witness that she calls to the stand on direct. So she calls Holly's dad, brother, her boyfriend, the neighbor, James Barnes, and then right here. Because what she's trying to do is to create this, you heard screamings from the neighbor. And it was that time that she was trying to push that it would have been, 7:45. And now she's trying to push the same thing with this guy and his friend that went to the lake. Listen to this, though.
You entered the gate, you said around 7:30. To go back to, you entered the gate, you said around 7:30?
Around 7:30, okay. Yes.
Okay, now, we have the luxury now, though, of Jennifer Nichols knowingly knows that this man did not enter the gate. What the gate means is that you pull up to where the lake is, and before you can even get to the lake, he has to get out of his truck, open up the gate to then drive back there, then unload, okay, to put their little fishing boat in there and to unload the trailer with the stuff. Here we go, and we're off. The interview that this man did with authorities, he said in his interview in 2011, he said, I looked at my watch because I put the boat in, and I looked down at my watch and it said 7:30. 7:30. It's a big difference to say that you're just getting to open up the gate at 7:30. Jennifer Nichols walks this guy, and that's why he has an issue with saying, well, yeah, around 7:30. The reason he wants to say around 7:30 is because this man knows that, no, I had my boat in at 7:30. And why this matters is because of when he's dropping in his boat and they already have it in and they're going to be taking off. They hear what they thought was cats like howling. And I'm like, cats howling? What the fuck? It wasn't cats howling. He's like, I've had cats my whole life. That wasn't a howl. Anyways, this is signifying that he's saying he heard the same screams. Okay. Basically that James Barnes heard. But something else happens. So listen. So she pushes this to say, oh, you got there at 7:45. Wait, what time?
And how much gate you said around 7:30?
Around 7:30,
Okay.
yes.
And how much time did you spend getting things ready, getting the boat on the trailer? And
I would say probably 20 minutes. Then we rode over to the lake. My buddy is a little bit decrepit, and as I had my stuff ready to go. He wasn't quite ready yet. He was gathering his stuff together. I was standing on the levee of the lake. He was down next to the boat at the lake surface there trying to get his stuff ready. And that's why I saw what I saw and he didn't see it.
all right.
And what he's about to say that he saw is he saw a truck speeding away on this street, which is, listen here.
The jury understands, I guess, the layout. If you were standing where you were on the levee and looked back towards the road, what did you see? Could you actually see Swan Johnson Road?
Yes, for about maybe a 50, 60 yard swath of road there, yeah.
And you said that he was not your buddy, and was that you did?
First, I heard something, a motor revving up loudly on the road. I looked over and a white truck came by extremely fast, probably faster than any vehicle I've seen on that road before or since, probably traveling 55, 60 miles an hour. And I turned to my buddy and said, man, that white truck was flying. Of course, he didn't see it. That was the end of that conversation.
Okay. So, but the big kicker here, though, is that if you actually go to the documents and look, they put the boat in at 7:30. Okay. And he looked down. So she's trying to push this out further. Okay. So right there, you can't, but we're going to go ahead and put 7:30 white truck. Okay. Now, somebody that wouldn't make their way to the stand ever is a woman that came forward and she said, hey, that morning I was taking my, she had to go over to her dad's or whatever. And she was over there at Swan Johnson and a car comes flying, a maroon car at 7 a.m. comes flying. Like, she's like, oh my God, I've never seen a car go so fast. Okay. So, and I was like, wait, what? 7 a.m. A maroon car is flying. Maroon. Okay. Maroon car. So I want you guys to put down at 7 a.m. There was a maroon car, like literally, she's like, I was about to get hit. And I'm like, okay, well, who owns a maroon color car, or like something that would be dark like that? A maroon color car. Okay. 7 a.m. Now, we know Barnes, he said that he heard the scream and that he takes his big old rig on over to the house. He pulls up to the driveway and like shuts off his vehicle. That's a truck. He has a green kind of looking truck. Okay. Now, Holly Bobo's mother, Karen, tells the police that between the time of her husband leaving for work and her leaving for work, okay, that she heard what was like a loud engine sound. And I'm like, well, that's interesting because here, homeboy, who's the neighbor, he actually has a 1987 loud ass vehicle and he actually pulled into the driveway. But it's like, well, what time did he really pull into the driveway then and do all of that, right? Because he calls his mom at 7:47. But you can't take out of the equation that maybe Karen's still there, okay? Or maybe just because he called his mom at 7:47 and we find out where he actually made that phone call, that location is really going to be important. But he said that he waited in the driveway for 2 or 3 minutes. He didn't see anything. And then that was after hearing the screams, but he had to load still up his girlfriend, get in the car, the kid. And so a couple more minutes went by with that. And so you have to back up this calling of the mom to say, hey, I heard those screams. Did you hear them? You should call, Karen, whatever. So you have to back all of that up to say, what time did these screams truly happen, right? Well, now we're going to get to, okay, what happened the night before? Okay. Like, who's the last person that truly saw Holly when she was like, not like, what was Holly doing? And her mom said when she testified that Drew came over to the house that night, the night before the abduction, her boyfriend. And I went and looked at the phone records with the texting. And I'm like, well, that's interesting. Drew's coming over. Well, what time was that? Because Holly was literally texting Drew like all evening and night and nonstop until at least 8:41 p.m. And then it picked back up at like, I don't know, 10, I think like 10:15, 10:30. Okay. Well, Dana didn't say much because Dana wasn't really asked that question when he took the stand. But his statements to officials before he took the stand is that he went to bed like 9:15. And Holly's mom said that Drew came over and she went to bed at 10, and that when she went to bed that Drew was still there, and so she doesn't know what time that he left. Okay. Well, would you believe this? Here is bomb number one. I said, I said, well, according to Clint, her brother, Tuesdays, he goes to school. So that would have been Tuesdays the night before. After he was done with school, he had to finish up some stuff in Jackson, and then he drove home. So he told the police when he writes out his little statement. 1 second. He told the police. No. That's. I'm going to read it quote for quote for you. Okay. So the police asked, hey, will you write out your statement? And will you start with Thursday, April 7th? Okay. Okay. Well, I saw Holly as we were getting dressed early that morning. I didn't see Holly again until that afternoon after 4 p.m. Holly was getting ready and texting as she usually does. Holly saw Drew that night after she got ready. She was texting on her phone as she usually does. Okay, well, what happened on Friday, April 8th? I did not see Holly until after 5 p.m. When I got off work, she was getting ready to go to Drew's. She was on her phone texting as she usually does. Okay, well, how about the 9th, Saturday? I saw Holly sometime after 10 a.m. on Saturday. She came from Drew's, and then he said, Holly and Drew rode 4-wheelers with us at this Trace State Park, and then he crossed it out. And he's like, nope, that didn't happen that day. So he just crossed it out. Okay, Sunday, April 10th. I saw Holly Sunday morning when she came home from Drew's. Nope, he said he crossed that out. And then he writes, I did not see Holly until late afternoon when her and my parents and Drew got home from Jackson. Okay. Then Monday, April 11th. The police are like, okay, what? Tell us, Holly. I saw Holly as I was getting ready for work. She was getting ready as usual. So Monday, April 11th. He says, I saw Holly as I was getting ready for work. She was up getting ready as usual. Holly was getting ready when I got home after 5. She was using Facebook and texting as she usually does. So on Monday, that's not a day that he goes to school to, like the Monday, Wednesday schedule for him is similar. Almost identical, his Monday, Wednesday, and it's his Tuesday and Thursday are identical for him going to UT Martin. So now, Tuesday, April 12th. I saw Holly as I was getting dressed for school. She was also up getting dressed. I saw Holly after I got home from school. I had been to Jackson after school that day and didn't get home till about after 7 that day. She was texting on her phone as she usually does. She left to go to Drew's house. Period. Wait, what? She left to go to Drew's house. Well, I'll be damned. Come again, Clint? Yeah, I got home. I had to. And then he goes in further detail. My dad brought us food back. He got us all food that night. So when I got home, I had to put my food to warm it up. And as I'm home, my sister's getting ready. And I'm warming up my supper. And then I sitting down and eating. And then my parents are in the den watching TV. Okay. And this is a very important part, which is, what do you see again? Well, I had been to Jackson for school and I didn't get home till about 7. He says, she was texting on her phone as she usually does. She left to go to Drew's house. She left to go to Drew's house. Period. There is nothing that says, then she came back. Okay. So on Tuesday night, the night before the abduction, right? We have Karen Bobo saying that Holly was home studying in her room and her boyfriend comes over. Clint says and writes it out. So this is nothing that can be used to say, oh, the guys that typed up the report or that were listening to the interview. No. This is all in his handwriting. Then so I'm over here like, what the hell? What the hell has gone on in this case? Wednesday, April 13th, I saw Holly as she was walking into the woods with the man in camo, period. Now remember, so anybody that would have read this would have been like, wait, you saw, or Holly left to go to Drew's? Why would he say that? Why would he say that Holly went to Drew's? And then how about this? This is what I've been screaming from the rooftops, which is, when did Holly come back? Remember, the mother is saying, Drew usually leaves at 10, but when I went to bed, he was still there, so I don't know what time he left. Okay, well, your son is saying that. But this is where you can usually catch people lying, is when you're asking them questions that they don't realize that have anything to do with anything. But for Clint to say that, like, come on, what do we think? So, where was Holly Bobo on the night before the abduction? Then, other things that are strange about this. So we're keeping a timeline here. Okay, so Karen and Dana are married. They have Holly and Clint. Okay, Karen has a sister named Kim Duncan. So this is going to be the next little layer. We're going to go to the left side, which is, so we have Holly, Clint, their parents, and then we have Kim Duncan, who's the sister of Karen Bobo. And then Dana, we're just going to be worried about Lori and Leonard, his siblings over there on his side. And Leonard has a daughter named Natalie Bobo. And Holly and Natalie, are close. And Lori, who we'll get into a little bit down the road here, but Lori actually lived with the Bobos on their property in a trailer that was on their property. And like I said, we're going to get into that. She has a husband, and we're going to get into all of that. But so Natalie, the cousin of Holly, how they're cousins is Dana Bobo's brother's daughter. Okay. And Natalie is a stripper. Okay. Natalie is a stripper. Like, that's not rumor. That's fact. Natalie was a stripper. Okay. So let's keep on backing up this timeline, which is when you back up the timeline. Next thing is, okay. Now, Kathy Wise and James Barnes, the neighbors, okay? And it's like, okay, who are these people? Well, James goes also by the name Eddie because his middle name is James Edward Barnes. His mom is Kathy Wise, W-I-S-E, Kathy Wise. They are the neighbors, and they have two pieces of property, they have one piece of property, but two, like there's like a barn that's made into like a house area, and then the, whatever you want to call it, house, trailer, whatever. So, now, Barnes calls his mother at 7:47. It just takes literally, if you were to like get in your vehicle and drive on over to the Bobos, you can be there in a minute. Like, so I want us to now think about something, because this big thing is all about, so at 7:51 a.m., 7:53 a.m., 7:52. So Kathy Wise is known as the town cop caller. Okay. She and Karen and Dana, they had some property disputes over like where the end of the property line ended. And she's been known to, according to Karen, she's a cop caller. Like she'll call the cops. So we're going to picture this. According to what we've always been told is that the narrative is this, that the cop caller, Kathy Wise, called the school right after Barnes called, her son called her. Well, I'm going to sit here to tell you that I don't believe that happened like that. I want you to tell me if you think this makes a little bit more sense. Barnes tells his mom, hey, there were those screamings, or I heard screamings. I don't know what the hell is going on. Whatever he really told her. Kathy Wise then gets in her vehicle. Drives over to the Bobos, right? Drives up the driveway, okay? And then Karen Bobo's cell phone has a text message, as well as a phone call that comes from Clint's cell phone. But the text message is alarming. The text message says, call me ASAP. Like, call ASAP. Call me ASAP. And after he tries to call her cell phone, 20 seconds later, okay, Karen Bobo is calling Clint's cell phone back, but she's calling from Scotts Hill Elementary School. Okay. So at 7:53, it's the Karen's calling from the school phone to Clint's cell phone. But right before that, Clint says, you know, call me ASAP. Clint tries to call her cell phone and then writes, call me ASAP. Now, if Kathy Wise leaves her house, drives over the Bobos, pulls in the driveway, and she then, after her son just said, I heard screams and stuff like that, right? And then she then sees Clint Bobo walking out from the woods with a gun and no shirt on. What the hell's going on? Calls his mom, texts his mom, like, call me ASAP. Okay, so hear me on out why I'm saying this. Because in one of Karen Bobo's interviews, she made a really good point. So I don't think she realized why she was saying this, but she says, why didn't Kathy Wise, the cop caller, call the cops? She's a cop caller. Why would she call the school and not call the cops? Why would she call me at the school and not call the cops? Well, so Kathy Wise sees or hears her son, what her son told, and she drives over and she sees that the other Bobo is out here walking out of the woods with a gun, no shirt on. What the hell's going on? Yeah, I'm going to call Karen and tell her what the hell's going on, right? Nobody from the school testified. So we have no idea truly what this woman would have said as what was the message. Because according to Kathy Wise, it's like, why is the school telling her, well, call the cops? Kathy Wise, like, what the fuck? Why is the school telling me to call the cops? Right? Well, then I went and looked up the call logs, and I also listened to the 911 call, but more importantly, the pinging of the cell phone when they had to go through AT&T dispatch to do the pinging of the cell phone. And I want you guys to hear something. So when you go to this woman, oh, not that one. But I can, you guys trust you guys trust me here. Save time. Weber's on the stand and he says, they play the calling of the sheriffs, and then they have to call AT&T, and they got the okay to here's the phone number, ping the cell phone, all that stuff. Well, they had to document what time the 911 call came in. Okay. They had to document what time this 911 call came in. And on that call, she said that Clint Bobo was the reporting party and it came in at 7:59. I said, wait, what the fuck? What are they talking about? What's going on here? Clint Bobo, 7:59. I'm like, Clint Bobo, when did he call 911 at 7:59? Because his 911 call on his cell phone is not until 8:10 a.m. Hold on one second.
The entire message is the conflict chief.
Possible. It's in my report.
And since yesterday, you had an opportunity.
Okay, so they listen to all of this crazy ass shit that you can't ever make out. Okay, you can't ever make it out. It sounds like shit, and so they listen to it in the courtroom. Well, what I was able to make out is the woman saying that Clint Bobo was the reporting party for Decatur County, and that it was at 7:59. And I'm like, no, it was. What did Clint Bobo call with the landline? So, because his cell phone shows a 911 call, and it was at 8:10. Okay. So, what male potentially called? Who called at 7:59? And then I said to myself, wait a second, the 7:59 call was actually Karen Bobo. Karen Bobo called, but that went to Henderson County, she said. Okay. And that was the one that she hung up with. So we're going to circle back to that. Okay. So, but hold on. Now, going back to. Okay. Clint. At approximately 7:40 a.m., Clint is awoken by the family dog barking inside. He was up for about 10 minutes when he heard voices coming from the carport. His first thought was that some people were trying to break in the house. He walked to the window that faces the carport. He pushed one of the blinds down and observed two people squatting down below the window. He could only see the tops of their heads. The female had blonde hair. He was not sure who they were because they could not see their faces. One of them sounded like a male and seemed to be giving orders to the other who sounded female. They both sounded white. The female seemed to be agreeing with what the male was telling her. Agreeing. He then thought it was Holly, but it did not sound like her. Now, this is in complete contradiction of what he testified to and what the prosecutor was walking and holding his hand to, which was that, well, how I could tell was Holly because of her voice. On 4/13/2011, it's the complete opposite. It's that the female seemed to be agreeing with what the male was telling her. He then thought it was Holly, but it did not sound like her. Who's the blonde that was in that carport that day? He said, it's turkey hunting season and Drew hunts in the early morning hours. Now, at 7:51 a.m., Clint called his mother, Karen, Bobo's cellular telephone with no answer. His mother is a second grade school teacher at Scotts Hill Elementary School in Scotts Hill. At 7:52 a.m., Clint sent a text message to his mother saying, in quotes, "Call me ASAP." At 7:53, Clint's mother, Karen, called from Scotts Hill Elementary School. Or you can just say that Scotts Hill Elementary School called Clint's phone. And it was for 51 seconds. And supposedly they discussed where Holly was located. Now think about this. Clint did not hear the voices any longer, so he walked to the kitchen, which was a glass window. Okay. Now, supposedly, well, I'm just going to continue. Through the window, he can see a female who he believes is Holly and a male walking together from that area of the carport and walking across the rear yard toward the tree line. He thinks the male is Drew and is probably taking Holly into the woods to show her a turkey he killed. Clint notices, though, that this male is a little stockier than Drew. The male is dressed in camouflage pants, shirt, and hat. You know all this. The man was holding Holly's right wrist area with his left hand, so that'd be normal. Like if her right wrist area, okay, would then be held by somebody's left hand, so like you're walking side by side. The man held what looked like at the time to be a black in color turkey collar in his right hand. And I said, wait, okay, so he's got something in his right hand, her hand, arm, wrist, whatever, in his left. Okay. He thinks now that probably was a gun. Clint watched them walk into the woods and disappear. Clint walked out of the kitchen door to the rear of the house. He looked towards the wood line where Holly and the man disappeared. He can't recall if it was then that he saw blood on the carport floor in front of Holly's Mustang vehicle, or when he re-entered the house to get his father's handgun and exited the house again, that he saw the blood. Nor can he remember if he saw the blood before or after his neighbor came to his house that morning, who's Kathy Wise. When he did see the blood, he thought it was blood from a turkey Drew Scott may have killed that morning. He then tells the police that at 7:58, Karen calls Clint back. And I said, wait, what? No. I said there was a 7:53 call and a 7:56 call. But at 7:58, Karen calls Clint back, and that's it. Then at 7:59 a.m., Clint calls Holly's cellular telephone number. And I said to myself, okay, so if Clint's calling Holly's cell phone at 7:59, right? He can't be possibly calling the police, and nor does he say this. He then says at 8:02, Clint's grandmother calls, but he does not answer the telephone. Now remember, they have a landline as well. At 8:03, Clint receives a call from Terry Brumley. Brumley is a teacher with his mother, Karen, at Scotts Hill Elementary and drive to work together. What? Wait, Lana, excuse me? Can you say that again? And we're going to talk all about this stuff here. First of all, at 8:03, just so we're clear here, Terry Brumley calls Dana Bobo's phone at 8:03. Not ready? At 8:02, Clint's grandmother calls, but he does not answer the phone call. Clint's grandmother will then later say that she called to ask what the hell was going on. Well, it's like, why is Clint's grandmother, who is Donna Golf, why is she calling to say and ask Clint? Donna hasn't, the only thing that Donna thinks that has happened, according to this whole narrative, is that the mom called her to ask about, oh, Drew has permission to be on that land for turkey hunting, right? Like, everything's all fine. Like, just Drew was out there just letting everything's good. Okay. Like, that's the type of conversation that she said that she had with her mother at 7:26 in the morning. So then why would the grandmother be calling and without anything prompted to her, no calls out of Karen's cell, unless you're going to sit here and say that Karen called her mother, which she never said that she called her mother. But so then why is the grandmother calling Clint at 8:02 and he doesn't answer it? So therefore it wouldn't be on his cell phone, but it would be on the grandmother's outgoing, and it just wasn't answered. And then here at 8:03 a.m., Clint receives a call from Terry Brumley. Brumley is a teacher with his mother, Karen, at Scotts Hill Elementary School. And she was back then, yeah. And drive to work together. What? Now, the narrative was, and has always been, that Terry Brumley was in the cafeteria catching, or whether it happened in the cafeteria that she buckled down to her knees, Karen, or whether that happened right, I don't know, in front of the library phone. But nonetheless, Karen Bobo makes 2 calls to her son, makes a 911 call, but it goes to the Henderson area dispatch. And then Terry Brumley puts Karen Bobo in her vehicle, meaning Terry's, that's right outside the gymnasium, because Terry Brumley was the gym teacher. And that Karen Bobo did not have her cell phone because she left it in her classroom. So she didn't have that. And so then when she's in the car with Terry, she then makes a 911 call. Okay. Also, when she uses Terry's phone to do that. And also what happens here is that, according to Clint, Terry Brumley's phone calls him. And also, according to Dana Bobo, Terry Brumley's phone calls Dana. And he doesn't ever talk to Karen. He talks to Terry. Dana does. And Terry is saying, Holly's missing or whatever. And that, okay. So it was about this time that Clint walked out of the home with his father's Dana Bobo Colt brand 38 caliber revolver handgun. He walked towards the wood line where Holly and the unknown male disappeared, but he did not go in the woods. He heard someone driving up his residence driveway. It was a blue pickup truck driven by Kathy, their neighbor. Ready for this? She walked up to him and thinks she said her husband heard someone screaming, at his house a short time ago. Clint told Kathy about seeing Holly and the unknown male disappear into the woods. It was at this time that Clint believed his sister had been abducted. He immediately called 911 for police assistance. At 8:08 a.m., Clint calls 911 on his cellular telephone and reports that his sister Holly has been abducted. Minutes later, a Decatur County Sheriff's Department deputy arrives at his home. Clint explained that he is a full-time student at the University of Tennessee at Martin and attends classes at the Martin campus. He is majoring in social work. On Wednesday, he usually leaves by 8:30 a.m. to be a counselor at Parsons Elementary School from 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. But today, he just happened to not be needed as a volunteer counselor. He drives a Chevy Silverado pickup truck, which he usually parks in the driveway in front of the house. But last night, he parked it in a garage behind the house. Also parked in the garage is his father's 1973 Barracuda antique vehicle, along with 2 four-wheelers. The garage doors were both closed this morning. He thinks his father's dump truck was also parked in the rear of the house. Okay. Now, let's talk about Scotts Hill Elementary School. All right. So, timelines. Okay. It would make a little bit more sense to me, okay, that Clint would call his mother because, hey, call me ASAP. I got Kathy Wise out here. What the fuck is she doing here? Okay. Like that would be his purpose for calling, right? Or Kathy Wise saying someone was screaming and someone's here and then she sees me walking out of the woods with a gun. I don't know what the fuck. Think about all of that. And then now think about this. Now, doesn't it make way more sense that then Kathy would be like, you know what? I'm calling Karen to let her know, hey, people are, I don't know, my son said he heard screams. I come over here and you're like, I'm going to call Karen. But then Kathy Wise said the strangest thing, which was the school is telling her to call the police after what? Okay, hang tight here. So the version is that Karen has no idea that Clint has even tried to text her or call her. None. Supposedly, okay? Except for right now this. But Karen is able to literally Drew calls her phone and then texts, okay? The call happens and then the text is able to go through and then 20 seconds after those two things happen, then Karen is calling Drew. And what she's saying though is that I didn't call him because of because he called me. I'm calling Drew at 7:53 because of Kathy Wise calling the school. And then the secretary coming and walking down to the cafeteria and telling me that the screams were heard and a neighbor had called and I just collapsed. down in the cafeteria. Except we all figured this out here, which was, okay, well, the CCTV has the girl walking into the cafeteria at 7:46, and Kathy Wise didn't get the phone call until 7:47 from her son. So Kathy Wise could have possibly called a school prior to the secretary Marcia walking down and being seen on the CCTV walking into the cafeteria at 7:46, because Kathy doesn't get the phone call from her son until 7:47. So she can't possibly call beforehand, right? Well, so I did some digging and I made some phone calls, and let me explain how Scotts Hill Elementary School works. Well, first of all, school starts at 8 a.m. That's number one. And the school opens their doors to be able to start dropping off a kid at 7:30 a.m. Okay? So at 7:30 a.m., that's the first time that you can start dropping your kid off. Now, at schools, they have something what is called like free and reduced lunch, as well as in the morning when you drop off your kid, if you qualify, you can get like breakfast, okay? Now what happens is that there's a bell that, so when you drop off your kid, you're in like the area of like so this is what's crazy here. The cafeteria / the gymnasium, they're waiting. And then you just have to be down in your room to then, start your day. So what was testified to, not through Karen, but was testified through Jennifer Nichols, who's not supposed to, as the prosecutor. You're not supposed to be testifying by leading and sculpting this testimony. She says to the jury that Karen Bobo was late that morning, weren't you? Because you had to deal with all the stuff of Holly calling you and you then calling your mom and figuring everything out with all that turkey stuff, right? Did it cause you to be late that morning? And I'm thinking, no, it didn't. She left the house at 7. It's 25 minutes to get there. She's literally getting in the parking lot, and she's literally done with the phone calls by 7:30, by 7:33. Okay. And now, according to Karen's testimony, she says that what we do is we take down our kids. We take them down to the cafeteria at about 7:40, 7:45 to eat, and then we bring them back. But she couldn't do either that day because she got to school late. So another teacher brought her kids from her classroom, she's saying, down to the cafeteria. Okay. And then so think about this. If she's done and off her phone at 7:33, she's done. She's in the parking lot. She's done and off her phone. She has to walk inside, she says, because she takes her phone, and her phone was left in her room. Okay. So she goes and walks to her room. Well, from 7:33, you're walking into the school, and you'd get to your room and you'd definitely be there before 7:40 or 7:45 to then be able to take your students supposedly from your room out to the cafeteria, which you have to go outside to go do, right? That's what she's claiming. And then, but basically, by the time she got to her room, because her cell phone, she says, is in her room because she's not supposed to have it. So she goes to her room, which would have had to be after, she's saying, 7:40 or 7:45 because the kids were already transported. Oh, looks like I missed my kids. Puts her phone down, then walks to the cafeteria. And when she walks into the cafeteria, which again, how many minutes are we talking about here? That if Marcia is seen on CCTV walking into the cafeteria at 7:46, Marcia would have beat Karen Bobo into the cafeteria. Because at 7:40 or 7:45, right, the kids are supposed to be walked down. Well, Karen's saying that when she got to her room, her kids were already gone, right? So those kids are so it had to be after 7:40 or 7:45 that she's walking into that room. But yet, ready? But yet she has to be able to grab a Scottsdale or a Scotts Hill phone at school by the time to make this 7:53 call, which is the first one that goes out by her. But before that 7:43 call can be made, she's got to get to the cafeteria to be in there, because her testimony was that I had gotten in the cafeteria, and then a little bit after I was in there, the secretary comes in and tells me about this call that came into the school about, the screams and all of that. And I'm like, yeah, I don't buy any of this. But it doesn't matter if I buy it. I have to prove that that didn't take place, right? So, and we're going to do just that. So, hang on here. Okay. I said, well, oh, and then Jennifer asked, you weren't able to take your kids back to the class either, were you? No, because when I got that news, I just broke down, and I just, and I'm thinking to myself, you broke down. You don't even know what happened yet. So that means you have to call at 7:53 and the first person that you call is Clint, not Holly, but I'm going to call Clint, who, he's sleeping, let me call, well, and then she's saying to herself, well, Holly should have already been gone. So, okay, yeah, I'll call Clint. So I call Clint at 7:53. That's the first call, because then there's going to be another one at 7:56. Okay. So now if we go back to listen to, at 7:53, she calls Clint. She then says she calls Decatur County. It was in between calling Clint the first time and the second time. Okay. That's what she's claiming. And then she calls Clint at 7:56 back. So 53 and 56. And then she tries, and then she's talking about getting into Terry's vehicle, and she doesn't have her cell phone at that point. And she also said that, I don't remember if I used the school inside the office phone, because I remember people's parents were dropping all their kids off, and if it was too crowded, so I was back to the library phone, just doesn't remember. But she does get into Terry Brumley's car, and she does make the 911 call that went all out from Terry's phone, and calls Dana and calls Clint. Okay. Then the unthinkable happens. And at 8:09, Karen Bobo's cell phone calls her daughter's cell phone. The phone that she doesn't have. The phone that she left in Scotts Hill Elementary School and at her room. And it just doesn't make that phone call. It continues to either receive phone calls or call out. And for just sake of time here, we know that happens. So then I have to ask myself, who the fuck's using her phone if it's not her, right? And if it's not her, how would we ever believe that she ever had her phone to begin with? Okay, so ready for this? Like, oops, big problem here. So I'm like, wait a second. Okay, ready? Then I listened to this part of this man's testimony.
8:38, you were still out there checking sex offenders. That would make sense.
Yes, ma'am.
Hear him on the phone just now say that
I heard him on there say that, but he didn't.
every 1 minute.
No, ma'am.
You did hear the man say on the phone that he was constantly refreshing the data to see if it had changed.
Ma'am, he never told me that.
You didn't hear him on the phone just now say that?
I heard him on there say that, but he didn't say that to me. So no, ma'am, I was not aware that you could do that.
Okay. At the very last, when he said to you, I've been refreshing, and then he said, oh, it's just changed, I've got a new reading for you. Did you remember him saying that?
I remember him saying that.
Okay. And then you did a supplement to your report at a later date. Isn't that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And in that supplement, you added all the sex offenders that you had gone to visit.
Yes, ma'am.
And you went to see sex offenders with Jeremy Pratt.
Yes, ma'am.
You teamed up together to do that.
We did team up for some of them. I think John Reichard, one of the other road sergeants, assisted with a couple also.
Okay. And so in doing that, I'd like to pass to you some papers I have. I have some copies, and granted, they're not very good copy. Okay. The County General Hospital going that direction.
That's one way to go. Yes.
Parsons Hospital. Is it Parsons? General?
Basically what happens here is that she asks, well, you got these pings and you were given these, data points. You didn't go chasing them down. And I'm like, wait, what? When they were getting these pings, guys, like here, the phone's here to locate. They weren't like going to those spots and like searching. Like if this phone's moving around, why aren't you searching? Well, so we're going to back up just a little bit further. When he's at the house, he's the first arriving officer. Okay. He's at the house and he says that Karen and, Terry, when they arrive. Okay. And he's like, from basically talking with Holly's mom is when he realizes that she has her cell phone. And I had to rewind it back and I'm like, who is she having a cell phone? What do you mean? And I listened to it again. And what he means in his testimony is that he realizes that from talking to Karen Bobo, that Holly has her cell phone. And that this is what leads to this whole, well, when I realize that she has her cell phone, we got to go back. Let me rush back over to the sheriff's department and get on the phone with AT&T and start pinging this phone. Hold on now. Wait, what? You realize that first of all, why does anybody think that Holly has her phone with her before Karen goes into the house to check to see if the phone's in there? Number one. Okay. Karen doesn't say, I went into the house. In fact, Karen says that they won't let her in the house. Why does Karen telling that, hey, Holly has her phone on her? Why would she think that Holly has her phone with her? She's been abducted. You think that she's going to have her phone on her, the person that's abducting her, and she's just walking off into the woods and they wouldn't try to, like, I don't know, take that phone. But it's Karen Bobo that's like, hey, she has her phone on her. We gotta go ping this phone. We gotta go ping this phone. And I'm thinking to myself, you want to ping a phone, but none of you motherfuckers want to call the phone? They wanted that phone pinged on purpose. Not to, hey, yep, we got to ping this phone. We got to ping this phone. Well, you would think that if you're going to go ping this phone, are you guys going to go chase down any of these, like follow the pings? Like go to the area where this phone keeps pinging? This idiot says, well, I didn't know how to do that. What do you mean you don't know how to do that? I just got it to the people. I just gave that to the people that, you know. Wouldn't she be calling your kid's phone over and over and over again? Right? Oh, wait. Then, ready for this? Karen tells investigators that she doesn't have her phone. She got a ride back with Terry, okay, and that her phone was left in the school in her room, okay? And then says that, I don't know, my sister Kim Duncan brought me my phone, and I can't remember. I got it back sometime before noon. Wait, what? So the person that had your phone that you got it back from is your sister. Okay. So let me get this straight here. About to get good. Okay. They then, on April 22nd, have Clint Bobo hypnotized. Okay. I said, what? Yes. All these people took polygraphs, by the way. All these people, and everyone's failing, by the way. During Clint Bobo's being under hypnosis, he heard the dog barking. He walked to the front of the house, back of the house, and again to the front to see why the dog was barking. He heard a female, Holly, and a male voice outside talking. He thought the male was Drew. He saw them in front of her car. Holly was wearing a pink shirt and blue jeans. The male looked more like his cousin Richie. Heavy set, thicker in upper body than lower than Drew. He was wearing camo. It was not new. It looked like it had been washed. No labels visible. He had dark hair and a camo cap. Unsure if camo hat is the same pattern as clothing. The shoes were tennis shoes, high top, neutral khaki in color. The shoes were, he was holding a black item 6 to 7 inches in length. This item was swinging in his hand as they walked. It was round with flat end. He thought it may have been a handgun. He did not mention anything about a turkey collar. He saw them walking arm in arm and slower than normal into the woods. Their heads were down. Holly's right arm was in his left arm, but he couldn't see Holly's arm. It looked like the male was holding her arm down. He heard Fear. He heard fear and maybe crying from Holly. He thought maybe there was some kind of argument. The male's voice was deep and muffled. He didn't feel like Holly was in danger when she went into the woods. He called his mom. Later, tried to call Holly and Drew on their cell phones. After Joe brought him out of his hypnotic stage, Clint, he asked Clint if he remembered anything else. Clint added, he remembered seeing a pickup truck when he was half asleep. Joe didn't know if Clint saw this truck shortly after the dog woke him up or at what point during the event. It was headed south toward Herman's neighbor. Herman's is a neighbor. He said something about something green. Not sure if this means the truck was green. What? They tell you not to do this, by the way. Now, at the time of this, so let's go back to this timeline, right? Sorry, I needed to grab something. Whoop, whoop, whoop. Karen is not covering for Clint. I can tell you that right now. Clint is and was afraid of Karen. Okay. I got him. Thank you. Okay. So here, ready? Sorry, I needed to grab something really quick because this matters. All right. So I wanted to take a closer look at Karen's phone calls that morning one more time. Okay. And actually what I wanted to look at was the Tuesday night before going into Wednesday. And okay. So Tuesday. Remember, they're not allowed to have their cell phones at school. They're not supposed to be using them and stuff like that. Tuesday at 1:53 p.m. during school. Karen, during school. 1:53 p.m. She uses her phone and makes a phone call. And she calls her dad, Ken Golf, on Tuesday at 1:53 p.m. Karen's cell phone, while at school, makes a call to Holly, Karen's dad. And I said, well, why are you making a phone call during school? You're not supposed to. And it's a landline. She calls a landline. So technically it could be that she's calling her mom, but it's to their house landline, her parents. Okay. Then when school goes until 3, when she's done, then at 3:06, she calls her parents' landline again. Okay. So 1:53, 3:06, and then at 3:10, so right after calling her on Tuesday, calling her parents' landline back to back, 1:53, and then 3:06. Then at 3:10, she calls Holly's cell phone. Then at 4:28 p.m., Holly's cell phone calls her. This is all on Tuesday. Then she calls Tina Cruz, the woman that she talked to that morning. She calls Tina Cruz at 5:26 p.m. And then Holly at 5:37 p.m. Okay, this is the day before, so this is on Tuesday. And now why this is important is, I don't know about you guys, but if I'm home, I don't call the person if I'm home and they're home, right? So let's just use our just logic for this. And at 5:26 p.m., she calls Tina Cruz. Then Holly's cell phone calls at 5:37. Holly's cell phone then calls at 5:37. So Tina Cruz is called at 5:26. The mom calls Tina Cruz. Now, who Tina Cruz is Tina Cruz works at the same elementary school, and it's who Karen says that she's on the phone with all of her drive. She calls Tammy White at 6:59, and then calls Tammy White again at 7 a.m. And then Tina Cruz is back to back 3 different times, because it was 14 minutes, 1 minute, and then 6 minutes, all from 7:01 a.m. until 7:22 a.m. And then Holly, then she calls Holly because she says that she missed Holly's call. Holly tried calling me, but I didn't click over fast enough, or I can't remember if I got off the phone with her, but then I call Holly's cell phone back. Okay. And she claims that she talked to Holly when she called her back that morning at 7:23. But it also could have been she left a voicemail. and it lasted for over 1 minute, and that's why it rounded up to 2 minutes. After she called Holly, then the next phone call is to Donna, the grandmother. And the version is that, she was calling because of all of this, Drew's turkey hunting and blah, blah. No, well, how about this call? Okay. Which is, if the grandma's calling Clint at 8:03 and tells the cops, I was calling to find out what the hell's going on. That's the only phone call that the grandma would be concerned as to what the hell's going on. And that would be the call that was made with the cell phone at 7:26 when the grandma was called. Not about the turkey hunt and, we just want to make sure that everybody had, permission. Everybody did have permission, right? What are you calling your mother about that? That doesn't make any sense. Especially now that we know that the grandma is calling at 8:03 and telling the cops, I wanted to find out what the hell was going on. And I'm like, I said, who the fuck has Karen Bobo's cell phone? Karen Bobo had to come up with a story as to why she wasn't in that classroom to walk down these kids, allegedly, and to walk them back because she wasn't in that classroom. And then, but yet somehow she did go to the classroom because she dropped off her cell phone to make sure it was in the classroom. And then walks down. I was like, none of this timeline, no fucking way. She was not late to school. She was physically in that parking lot, according to her. She called Tina Cruz. I always call Tina Cruz. That's what I do on my way to school. I said, you always do that? I said, let's take one more look. Tuesday. Okay. Tuesday. I said, holy shit. Saturday, Sunday, Monday. I said, well, isn't that convenient? I said, we can't go back far enough for Karen to see if she called Tina Cruz on the morning on Monday and Tuesday. I said, that's pretty convenient. And I said, and why the hell is Clint Bobo texting a 16-year-old? Come again, Lana? Yeah, so I was doing some digging. And I wanted to look up and see who Desi Dunkel was. And Desi Dunkel was 16 and and Clint Bobo was 25. Come again, Lana? Yeah, let me explain something to you guys. That okay. Wednesday. Okay. So Clint Bobo doesn't text Drew. Not one fucking time. That morning, texting. But he texts Lee, her ex, at 9:33 a.m. And then he starts texting a Desi. And I'm like, that girl's like underage. Like, I don't know, would you be okay if your 16-year-old daughter was hanging out with like a 25-year-old? I know I would not. What do you guys think about that? At 10:54 a.m. All right, let's get back over here. Okay, so Karen. Calls Holly, then calls her mother, then calls Holly. And she wants us to believe that, Holly was picking up those calls because after she calls, she goes, Holly, Grandma, Holly, and then Drew Scott. Okay. And then Holly again. And I said, wait, but the Holly again is at 8:08. I said, she doesn't have her phone. It's at the school. So who has her phone and who's calling her at 8:08? And if we are to go with that, she got through to her the other two times, then why wouldn't the 8:08 one have connected? And I'm like, it did. 8:08 is for 42 seconds. The Holly Bobo Karen call at 8:08 was for 42 seconds. How good of friends are Tina Cruz and Holly's mom? After 8:08, then the grandma, Donna, her own mother, calls her at 8:12 they talk on the phone for 3 minutes. Then another incoming call, Chastity, which is a niece of hers. Then Donna, again, her mother, is on call waiting, and that's at 8:20. So, like, clearly the phone's in use, and she clicks over with the call waiting, whoever has this phone. Then this phone at 8:23 and 8:25, Clint Bobo is called back to back. And so then I started doing some math. Okay, well, why are you calling Clint Bobo at 8:23 and 8:25 if you have the phone and you're just lying that you don't? You'd be driving back. You're basically back at your house. And why are you calling Clint? If you would have come up the driveway, you'd see Clint, right? So Clint is 1 minute and 4 minutes. 8:23, 8:25, and then 8:29. And Myra. And then 8:38. D-Lynn. And then Tammy White at 8:39. Chastity again at 8:40. And then Scotts Hill Elementary School at 8:42. Then Ryan Duncan, which is interesting because that's Kim Duncan's, and that's at 8:44. Then Whitney Duncan, 8:46. And then D-Lynn, 8:47. And then D-Lynn, 8:49. And then Whitney Duncan, 8:52. Natalie Bobo, 9:08. D-Lynn, 9:08. Dusty, 9:44. So from 9:08 to 9:44, that gap. Very interesting. The phone was being used like all within a couple minutes, but 9:08 to 9:44. Then from 9:44 to 11:38 a.m., nothing. So big old gap there for like 2 hours. Then she gets an incoming call at 12:59 from Brittany, who was Clint Bobo's ex-girlfriend, who then he ends up redating again after Holly disappears, who was never interviewed by the local authorities or TBI. FBI was the first to ever interview her, which comes a year and a half after she disappears. Then Kim Duncan calls her phone at 1:57. Okay. Then Drew Scott at 5:45 p.m. Karen did not have her phone after 7:31 a.m. until Kim brought it to her. Unknown time. Before noon, though. Okay, so hang tight now. So Kim is her sister, and Kim is the one that brings her phone to her. Unknown time, but it was brought before noon. Okay. Well, then who the fuck? Hi, this is Tina with What the Fuck Services. Then let's truly talk about all of this. Who had her phone from 8:08 a.m. until we're going to go ahead and go with 11:38 a.m. We'll entertain this for just a minute. Who called Scotts Hill Elementary School? Think about it. Your phone is at Scotts Hill Elementary School, and somebody that's at Scotts Hill Elementary School is calling your phone at 8:50. Let me see. No, I'm sorry. Your phone. Let me take that back. Your phone. Your phone called Scotts Hill Elementary School. Okay, now I'm going to tell you all what I think about all this shit. 8:42. She calls Tina Cruz the night before on Tuesday at 5:26. How could Kim Duncan get to the school to get to her phone in time to make an 8:09 phone call? Okay. So if you're Kim Duncan, right? Because I'm sure that this didn't happen, right? Oh my God, I'm on the phone with 911. Oh my God, come bring the whole community. Come get, my baby. I don't have my phone though. We have Terry Brumley's because I'm in the car with her, right? Oh my God, Terry, I got to call my sister. I know that we're at the school and I know that my cell phone, like I forgot my cell phone. I left it in the room. Like you would be like this. No, like I need to get my cell phone. Like the school you would think is like a college campus. Like it's going to take you 20 minutes to go on the other side of campus or something like that. No, you're in a tiny little puny little elementary school. Okay. You don't have your cell phone. She claims that she drove to work. Number one. Clint Bobo is telling us for the first time ever that Karen and Terry drive to work sometimes. How often does this happen? Okay, that they drive to work sometimes. We always just assume that Terry Brumley took Karen back because of what Karen said, which was, I was in no condition to drive. Oh, I mean, that's what Jennifer Nichols testified to. You were in no condition to drive, were you? No. So, she gets, maybe this whole time, Terry had to take her because Terry drove her. Okay. You have to now put that in the equation. But how in the world does Kim Duncan, and she doesn't, get to Karen Bobo's phone by 8:09 to start ripping a call out? And out of all the people, who is it? It's to Holly. That phone call at 8:09 is to Holly from her cell phone. She doesn't have her cell phone. She's already in the car. She's already left. Okay. And how do we know this? Because she was in the car driving when she made the 911 call to be able to be on, hey, Decatur County over here. Also, Terry Brumley at 8:03 calls Dana Bobo and then calls Clint. Those are all happening from her cell phone. The 911 call is on Terry Brumley's cell phone. Okay. And then, but 8:09. Could the sister have made those calls? Why is this person calling Clint Bobo 8:23? And then it was like at 8:25, you click over and you take Clint because now he's like calling you because he like missed it or whatever, maybe clicked you and then now he's calling. But that one was for 4 minutes. 8:23 and 8:25. I said, let's go back to Clint Bobo. Ready? Clint Bobo. Okay. I got to the window. I heard talking coming from the garage. I listened, but could not understand the words. I lifted the blind slightly and could see the partial shoulders and arms of two individuals kneeled down facing each other. I called my mom right away, but she didn't answer. I texted her and she called me back about 20 seconds later. I asked her if Holly was out of school that day, and she said no. I told her that Holly's car was at home, and she panicked. She said, "Oh my God, someone has taken her." He wrote this out and is like, and using quotes, "Oh my God, exclamation point. Someone has taken her, exclamation point." I said, "No, Mom, she is in the garage talking to Drew." Mom said that it wasn't Drew, but I told her that it was. His voice sounded the same as Drew's voice sounds. And I said, boom, drop. What are people talking about that Clint picked out Terry Britt's voice? No. Clint saying his voice sounded the same as Drew's voice sounds when him and Holly are in Holly's room, and I am in my room at night. So listen to this. He's being so specific to say it sounds like his voice because my room and Holly's room is like butting up to each other, and our beds are on like the same wall. Okay. Then so Holly, his voice sounded the same as Drew's voice sounds when, again, this is his handwriting, when him and Holly are in Holly's room and I am in my room at night. Mom told me to call 911 and hung up. I didn't call 911 at this time because I knew that it was Holly and Drew's voice I heard in the garage. Now, he starts to say, Mom called back and told, and then he crosses it out. And then he writes, after Mom hung up, I no longer heard voices in the garage. I walked toward the back door and saw two people walking towards the woods. Remember, I always told you guys this. I said the layout of this house, when he's talking about that he went to the front door, I'm like, what? Here, I walked toward the back door and saw two people walking toward the woods together. They both seemed to be holding hands. The male had on full camo and the female had on a pink t-shirt. Now, I want you guys to envision this. This is really important. Forget you thinking that Karen, okay, like where Karen and what time, like him remembering, you know, all of this and what time this all could be. Think about, we don't know where Karen is, okay? Karen's late for school. Karen does not make it to her room at 7:30, and she doesn't take her kids back to the classroom. Okay. So what I want you guys to think about is did Karen ever even walk in there? Just think about that for a minute. Now, after mom hung up, I no longer heard voices. I go to the back door, blah, blah, blah. She had on a t-shirt and blue jeans, pink t-shirt and blue jeans. The female was on the left and the male was on the right. They were walking together toward the woods. I only saw them for around 8 to 10 seconds before they reached the woods. Mom called back and told me to get the gun and shoot him. Get the gun and shoot him. I told her that it was Holly and Drew and that they had just walked into the woods. I never saw their faces and they never looked back. I put on some pants and a jacket and got the pistol from my parents' room. Now listen to this. I walked toward where they entered the woods, but I did not see or hear anything. He didn't hear a car. He didn't hear an engine, nothing, right? I heard a truck coming up our driveway. So I walked toward the truck. My neighbor, Kathy, got out of the truck and stated that her husband heard screams about 15 or 20 minutes ago. I immediately called 911 at that point. The dispatcher said, "Do you live in Decatur County?" In quotes. I said, "Yes." She transferred me to another dispatcher. I told her that my sister may have been kidnapped. She said that they have an officer on the way and for me to stay on the line. I could hear the police car coming and stayed on the line until he arrived. I then began to read over and over and over Clint, Bobo's stuff, okay? He is merging his story, okay? It's Karen, Bobo's and Clint's story. And what I believe is that that Karen, what did you witness that morning? Go and watch Karen Bobo testify. And she makes the complete, she goes like when Jennifer Nichols has to take her back to like that morning. And she's like, and you walk out of the house and you're walking, you know, past, and she's like, it's a really big block for her. She does of whatever she's witnessing as she's walking out the house. It's really we have to go see what she does with her. She can't, like, when she thinks it's something that is happening right as she's walking past and at the carport and leaving out of the house. It's like, Karen, was the car there? Was it not there? Was the blood already there? But Karen, was the car not there? What was up when you walked out the door that day? Something just isn't right for her. Then let's go to then they had Clint written by Clint on 4/19 Tuesday, so do the math on 4/13 to 4/19. I had a call on my cell phone last duck season. This was probably in January. This boy told me that he was planning on hunting the blind that I hunted the day before. I felt that he was asking for my permission to hunt that blind. The blind was on Pin Oak Lake. I told him that I was not planning on hunting that lake the next morning. I told him I was going somewhere else the next morning. I told him the blind was not mine and that it was Jerry Neal Woods' blind. He said that he got my number from Jacob Woods, a friend of mine. He said that his name was John Dodd. I asked Jacob about him, and he said that he didn't know him well, but he has hunted with him before. Then on 4/22/2011, on April 2nd, me and some friends were riding four-wheelers at Dogwood Lake. We met there at the back camp sometime after 12 noon. We rode around the trails and roads in the area for a few hours that afternoon. In our group was me, Brandon Pratt, Drew, and Holly, and Chad Marshall, and Jesslyn Smith. While we were riding into the trails in the woods, we rode past a man on a yellow Honda four-wheeler, possibly a 450 Foreman. The man looked to be in his mid to late 40s. He had long hair, possibly blonde or gray. We rode on past this man and continued riding. Later, we passed this man again in the woods near a creek. He stopped and let us pass by him on the trails. That is the last time I remember seeing him. What? Then he just makes another entry and says, I was on my way to work one morning and I saw David Townsend on the side of the road. I think I was on Swan Johnson Road when I saw him. He was standing behind a tractor trailer rig. I believe there was a large tractor on the trailer. David Townsend was possibly directing the truck driver as he backed up. I believe he waved as I drove by. I waved at him and drove by. On 4/22/2011, again, another entry. Alan Douglas bald with hat. His hair is shoulder length, medium brown, 6 feet tall. He has aggressive behavior. Said he would kill Lisa, his ex-wife, if they ever divorced. He talked to females on the internet. He listed as single, no interaction with Holly that we are aware of. He is from Chicago. Nickname is Chicago. Lisa is Sheila's sister. Sheila is Drew's mother. This information came from Sheila Scott. Then I said, to hell with this. Where's Chad Marshall? I found him. I fucking found him. Chad Marshall. I found him. Now, before I go into Chad Marshall, because it's the bomb. Actually, on March 24th, 2013, a typed up statement again by Clint Bobo, but this is typed up, not written. The morning of April 13th, 2011. On the night before April 13th, I sit up late talking to friends on the phone and commenting friends on Facebook. I knew that I did not have class the next day, which was the case all semester, and also knew that I would not be working because my supervisor had previously informed me. I went and looked at Clint Bobo's phone records. I knew that I had a lot of school work to complete the next day, so I was procrastinating and planned to begin and finish the assignment in one day. I knew that Drew had plans to go turkey hunting the next morning. I had actually thought about making plans to go with him. I did not know where he planned to go. I did know that I had to get this project done for school as it was due the following Thursday. What? The following Thursday? That's like what do you mean the following Thursday? You mean like in like 2 days or what? On Wednesday morning, I was asleep in my bedroom. I was awakened by the sound of our house dog Rascal barking. I was not ready to get up at this time because I had sit up late the night before. I attempted to try to go back to sleep, but was unsuccessful due to Rascal's continued barking. At this time, I heard what I believed to be James's truck start up and drive by. This is why this is absolute craziness, and I do not believe that Clint Bobo wrote this up. Type this up. I decided to get up and try to stop Rascal from barking so I could go back to sleep. It was very common for me to be awakened by Rascal's barking. I walked out of my room and into the living room where Rascal was standing. He stopped barking upon seeing me walking towards him. I looked out at the front driveway, expecting to see a utility vehicle or a delivery truck, as this was a common occurrence. Where did you say you walked to? I looked out the front driveway. No, I thought you walked to the back. I did not see a vehicle in the front driveway or anywhere out front. I walked to the back door and looked outside. I did not see a vehicle in the back driveway or anywhere at the back of the house. I did see that Holly's Mustang was still parked in the garage. She was in the carport, I thought. I began hearing voices coming from the garage. I walked into the living room and stood by the window nearest to the garage. The voices I heard sounded to be that of Holly and Drew, her boyfriend. I raised the blinds slightly so I could see who I thought to be Holly and Drew, facing each other, kneeling down in front of her car. What? How do you see that? I called my mom's cell phone to ask if Holly had school, if she was going hunting with Drew, or what her plans were for the day. I did not receive an answer, so I sent a text message asking my mom to call me back ASAP. That would never be call me back ASAP to ask that. Like, that's just weird to me. I listened to the voices for a few seconds. Remember, the first time was that when he got up the... I listened to the voices for a few seconds. At this time, I noticed that Holly seemed to be upset, and I thought Drew might be breaking up with her. He was doing most of the talking. However, I could not make out the words. The only words I could understand was Holly saying, "No, why?" My phone suddenly rang, distracting me from listening to the conversation outside. It was my mom returning my call. How did he know that it was? I mean, I would love to know if he has Scotts Hill Elementary School saved in the phone, because it would have just been a number that's like, I would love to know if that was saved in his phone. It was my mom returning my call. Clint says, "Did Holly not have school today?" Karen says, "Yes, why?" And it's written out in like a format to like say, Clint, colon, "Did Holly not have school today?" In quotes, question mark. And then Karen, it says Karen, colon, in quotes, "Yes, comma, why?" Question mark. Quote. Clint says in quotes, "Because her car is still here and her and Drew are outside in the garage." Karen says, "Oh my God!" Exclamation point. "That's not Drew!" Exclamation point. "Call all the neighbors." Hangs up phone. At this time, I attempted to regain listening to the conversation in the garage. I heard nothing. I walked to the back door where I could look out the backyard. At this time, I saw Holly and a man walking toward the woods. He was dressed in full camouflage, and Holly was wearing a bright colored shirt and blue jeans. My phone began ringing again. It was mom calling me back. "Clint." Normally when someone calls you, hello, but why would Clint be the first person to talk, like answering the phone? It should be like her saying something first. Clint is saying that Clint, "Was Holly going turkey hunting with Drew?" Karen, again, "That's not Drew!" Exclamation point. "Get the gun and shoot him!" Exclamation point. Clint, "You want me to shoot Drew?" Karen, "Call 911. Hangs up the phone. I then went into my room and slipped my shoes on. I opened the back door to find the temperature was much colder than I expected. I walked back into my room to find warmer clothes. I changed into a pair of pants, socks, shoes, and jacket. I went to my parents' room and got the pistol. I walked out the back door and saw a small pool of blood with several drops leading out of the garage. I turned and walked across the back deck and towards the woods where I last saw them walking. I suddenly heard a vehicle coming up our driveway. I turned and walked toward the vehicle. I recognized the vehicle and the driver instantly. It was Kathy Wise, who is our neighbor. She parked the truck in the driveway on the north end of our house and got out. She had a very puzzled look on her face as she asked me in quotes, "What's going on up here?" He wrote "my husband," and then it was crossed out now. It was typed "my husband," then that got crossed out. Ed, which meant it's James Edward Barnes. So she said, Ed heard screams about 15 or 20 minutes ago. I felt that something was not right. I called 911 at this time. The operator asked about the situation and I explained. The operator said, "This is Henderson County. Let me transfer you to Decatur County." I explained the entire story again to Decatur County operator. The operator stated that they had an officer on the way and asked me to stay on the line until they got there. Kathy and I stood in the driveway for a few seconds until the officer arrived. The officer, Kathy, and I all walked across the back deck, looking down into the garage where I saw the blood. We then walked up to the edge of the woods where I last saw Holly and the man walking. A second officer arrived at this time and I explained what I had seen and heard to him. I knew this officer as he is a member of our church. Those are the exact words that Karen Bobo said on the stand. I knew, the officer showed up. Yep, he was a member of our church when I arrived, but Jeremy Pratt. The first officer asked me to begin writing my statement of events of the morning. I attempted to continue writing my statement using the patrol car hood as a writing surface. My mom and her coworker, Terry Brumley, arrived a few minutes later. So then I said, "Where's the dispatch? What time did Jeremy Pratt arrive on scene?" Brent, and he refuses to say the name Jeremy Pratt, typing this up. He says, the officer comes up, doesn't say that officer's name. It just says the officer, Kathy, and I all walked across the back deck. Okay. Then it's a second officer arrived at this time, and I explained that I had seen and heard to the second officer. I knew this officer, doesn't say the name. I knew this officer, but just says, I knew this officer as he is a member of our church. I said, oh God, here we go. The first officer asked me to begin writing my statement. Okay. My mom and her coworker, Terry Brumley, arrived a few minutes later. Brent Ricketts, Rickets, another neighbor, was immediately behind them as they pulled into the driveway and parked. Mom asked me which way they went. Do you understand that at 8:23 and 8:25, Clint Bobo's phone, his cell phone, four-minute call at 8:25, like all these things that's going on with his phone. He calls Drew. He waits, he does not call Drew until 8:16. 6 minutes after calling 911. I attempted, or I'm sorry. He says, my mom asked me which way they went. Brent asked me which way they went. I pointed toward the direction I last saw Holly and the man walking. Mom and Terry both seemed very upset, but Mom seemed inconsolable. My mom said, in quotes, "Why didn't you do something?" I asked my mom and Terry to not walk into the woods. I knew that the area may contain a shoe impression that must be preserved. What? I asked my mom and Terry to not walk into the woods. I knew that the area may contain a shoe impression that must be preserved. Mom and Terry ran into the woods uncontrollably. I saw that it was no use trying to calm my mom down, so I returned to the patrol car where I was writing my statement. People continued to arrive at our house every minute, it seemed. Everyone who arrived came and asked me to explain what happened to them. I could not finish writing my statement because of the frequency of questions being asked to me by others. I decided to sit down in the back of the patrol car, hoping people would leave me alone so that I could concentrate and finish writing the statement. The officers were just standing in our driveway, asking Mom to calm down. Mom, Terry, and others continued to arrive and walk all over our backyard, destroying any possible evidence that may have been left. Oh my God. The officers seemed to have no control over the situation whatsoever. I finally finished writing my statement and exited the patrol car. Others continued arriving at our house asking me in quotes, "What happened?" ? I tried to answer each question by explaining what I heard and saw that morning. It was very difficult for me to explain what had happened because I was still trying to figure it out myself. At some point, Drew arrived at our house, walked up to me and asked, "What happened?" In quotes, parentheses, all that stuff, not parentheses, but in quotes. You called Drew at 8:16. It was at this time that I realized that it was not Drew who was in our garage that morning. I realized at this time that my mom must be right and that Holly had in fact been abducted. Upon questioning by TBI and FBI officers, I remembered at some point before going outside, I saw a dark green Ford Ranger driving by our house, heading south at average speed. I remember calling Holly's cell phone at some point that morning. Her phone rang about 5 times and then went to voicemail. I remembered calling Drew's cell phone, receiving the same action, 5 rings, and then went to voicemail. Now, this is an unknown person saying the following: 911 without her own phone? And why did the secretary and neighbor both call 911? Feels like asking how many does it take to screw in a light bulb. Here are some other issues. KB is witnessed at school collapsing to the ground. Paraphrasing. How does KB, who's Karen Bobo, how does KB know what is happening without relaying info with CB, who's Clint Bobo, and then being in contact with DS, who is Drew Scott, to confirm it isn't him? Exit Camo Man and Holly Bobo, and then relaying to Clint Bobo that it cannot be Drew Scott. It is after Clint Bobo witnessed HB walking away when Karen Bobo tells him to get a gun and call 911. Up and until this point, there is a possible scream that KB does or does not know about. CB sees, Clint Bobo sees Holly Bobo's car there and then sees silhouettes in the garage. That's it. This also moves the timeline with KB, Karen Bobo, still being at school around 7:55. We have been told that Karen Bobo didn't have her cell phone, and the neighbor left a message for the secretary for Karen at 7:45. And now insert Lana's new timeline, which is impossible. Kathy didn't get the call from her son until 7:46. We have been told, okay, the secretary, and we have been told that Clint Bobo's first call, 7:55 to 7:50 to 7:55 to Karen Bobo, also went to the secretary to pass the info along. It has been reported, and it came straight out of Clint Bobo's mouth, that he made the first call to his mother. JVM interview. If law enforcement arrives at 8:05, 10 minutes from the 911 call, then the first call couldn't have been until 7:55. We know Clint Bobo is dialing 911 as law enforcement arrives at 8:05. Did he really complete the call with law enforcement approaching his house? We can assume Karen Bobo and the school are calling at 7:45 or 7:55. The secretary probably couldn't relay info to the neighbor until closer to 8. Because what could they possibly relay to the neighbor without Karen Bobo confirming that Drew Scott and Clint Bobo until talking with them? And why would the secretary tell the neighbor to call 911 before they themselves did? Did they do it on their way over? Question mark. Did they say my son heard screams 20 minutes ago by the neighbor's house, but we was so concerned about it that we just drove on past, and I now decided to call 911 without ever talking to Karen or Clint? The neighbor doesn't reach the Bobo home until, again, this is Clint's version, until 8:05 when law enforcement is arriving. That's not true. So if the neighbor called 911 right after the screams at 7:40 or 7:45, that would have taken law enforcement over 20 minutes to respond. And we know that. See, now does this make a lot of sense why Karen Bobo had to, I don't know, authenticate her own 911 call? Because there's some issues going on. Hella issues. These people were so close. So close. This is exactly what I was driving. This is hilarious. This is exactly what I was driving at in my previous post. The neighbor and the 911 call are huge X factors in the timeline we have been given, especially when you consider law enforcement and MSM all reporting the first 911 call closer to 7:30 a.m. Dude, the cops went and flagged this post that was made back in Velez Mitchell's something to do with one of the online crap, and said that this whoever is doing this knows a lot. Dead as. So if the neighbor calls 911 before Karen and Clint are aware of anything going on, why did she take 20 minutes to go over to the home? Is it because she had no reason to go to the home originally? After all, she didn't hear the screams. It is only after prompted to go over by the secretary that she does. What? This makes me believe that Karen Bobo and the neighbor didn't communicate much that morning, if at all, especially when you consider that Clint Bobo called Karen Bobo first. She didn't call him. She didn't call to him. I really don't think this timeline that we are working with is accurate in any sensible way, but we already knew this, and it's back to square one. It was after I spoke with my mom that I walked into the kitchen and looked out the window and saw Holly and a man dressed in camouflage walking toward the woods, Clint said. I called Holly's cell phone and it rang 5 times and went to voicemail. And I called Drew's phone also, and the same thing happened. What that assured me was that they were in the same place because neither one of them answered their cell phone. That is what Clint said in an interview. That's what I've been saying. That I've just been saying that those two phones were together. But it's wild though when you want to talk about what he's saying there, because wait, you said you called your sister. When exactly was that? You didn't call Drew until 8:16. It's just But then I was like, if he had his mom's cell phone, when I walked out the back door, I saw a small puddle of blood, and I still wasn't alarmed because who I thought was her boyfriend was dressed in camo. Clint said, I thought he's killed a turkey up here on this trail behind the house and brought it to the house to show Holly before she goes to school. Clint says that he awoke at 7:50 a.m. to the dog barking and that he immediately goes into checking out through the windows and saw Holly's car and was still at home, thus prompting him to call mom and ask had she gotten a ride to school. And gone is the murky details of his looking out the window and seeing two silhouettes inside the garage. Now, I said, bring on fucking Chad Marshall. Where's my boy Chad Marshall? And yeah, said, where's Chad? Chad, where you at? Chad, where you at? Okay. Then when I thought stuff could just not get any, I think I just want to end with Chad because he's my on 6/22/2011, Karen Bobo writes, just thinking about Chad Marshall bringing Jessica King four-wheel riding, knowing Drew or Holly didn't like her. Then Chad, Abby Hayes, Cody Scott, and Jessica coming up to the back of our house. Seems like Chad was trying to cause trouble between Holly and Drew. Why? Question mark. Was Chad at school? TN Tech at Lexington that day, Wednesday, April 13th? Clint said that when him, Chad Marshall, Desi Dunkel, and Abby Hayes get up past our house, Bronson drove by our house all the time. According to Robbie, Bronson told him when they were working on a jail that he knew our family and he was talking about how pretty Holly was. Is this true? I don't know. Why were they discussing our family? We don't really know either one of these guys. What the fuck? Chad Marshall, what have you been doing? Okay. Sunday, March 27th. Brendan Duke visitation, student at Martin. Monday, March 28th. Brendan funeral at 2. Talked to no one new. Missed school. Tuesday, March 29th. School at Parsons. Drew came over at night. Wednesday, March 30th. So this is Karen writing this. Wednesday, March 30th. School at Parsons. Drew came over at night. Thursday, March 31st. Clinicals. Drew came over at night. Friday, April 1st. Off school. Laid out by pool. Stayed at Drew's house. Went for a walk. Saturday, April 2nd. At Drew's house. Possibly came home to study. Went back to Drew's. Sunday, April 3rd. Church with Drew at 11. Came home. Ate lunch. 4-wheel riding. Drew stopped at house. Monday, April 4th. Clinicals at Parsons. Only at hospital for an hour. Dairy bar and dropped at grandmother's house. Rode with Dana home. Drew came over. Tuesday, April 5th. School at Parsons. Came home. Drew came over at night. Wednesday, April 6th. School at Parsons. Came home. Drew came over at night. Thursday, April 7th. Granny's kitchen and breakfast dairy bar lunch. Went to school. Drew came over. Friday, April 8th. No school. Stayed at home. Studied. Vacuumed. Went to Drew's house later. Saturday, April 9th. Again, this is according to Karen. Drew and Holly came home. Holly got ready, and they stayed gone all day at the coon hunt. And everybody washed cars. Not typical. I said, oh. Saturday. Normally she's at home all day with family. Not together with Drew on Saturday. Stayed at Drew's house Saturday night. Sunday, April 10th. Not typical Sunday. Holly went to early church with Karen and Dana. Normally goes to late service with Drew. Drew did not go. Meets them after church. Gets in car with Karen and Dana and Holly. Left his truck at church. Had to wait on Drew. He was late because he was visiting Brennan's grave, which is close. Ate at Cracker Barrel in Jackson. Went to movies at 12 noon. Dana dropped Karen, Holly, Drew off at the mall. Went in American Eagle, Abercrombie, and Bath and Body Works. Went through Taco Bell in Lexington drive-thru and got Clint something to eat. Dropped Holly and Drew back at church to get Drew's truck. Everybody came home to Karen's. Karen's. Not like our house. Monday, April 11th, school. Drew came over. Tuesday, April 12th, school. Drew came over. According to Clint, Holly went to Drew's. Wednesday, April 13th. When Karen let Rascal out to pee, she hears loud truck muffler loud. April 25th. So the abduction on the 13th. This is what Karen Bobo writes down on 425. Kathy Wise, neighbor, said James heard screams, went to tell her. She listened but didn't hear anything. James drove by, didn't see anything unusual. He went on to work. Kathy called school, maybe 7:45. Drove up here to house. Meet Clint coming around house with gun. Like I told you. He startled her. But yet James told Jamie, his ex-wife, he thought Clint was scaring Holly with a snake. But yet I don't think they thought Clint was at home. Why not call my house? The number is in the book. She always calls the cops for everything. If she didn't know who it was up here, why drive up here? She could have been shot or hurt. Clint's truck is normally outside, but this day it was in the outside garage with doors down. She watches our house all the time. During my spring break 2 weeks before this happened, I saw her stopped up by our property looking around till she saw me come out around the house, then left. As soon as I came up that day, she said, "Don't go in the garage." Who told her something was in garage? She is a complete fake. She is the only one I would consider an enemy. Not on my part, but she hated us. Ask officials. Forestry Department, Police Department, Lexington Fire Department, John Menace. She wanted us away from her. I don't know if Jamie, James's ex-wife, will tell you all this, but she told me Kathy's goal was to get us to move. I told her to tell Kathy we ain't going nowhere. Oh my God. The same day. Karen writes in for the police. Chad Marshall texted Clint Friday and said some of them were going to ride in the, I don't know, Saturday night. They're going to go riding, like four-wheeler, you know? Did Clint want to go? Asking, did Clint want to go? This is someone who is supposed to be a friend of Clint. Drew's and Holly's friend. Joyriding in the wherever. He better never step foot on our property again. What the fuck is going on? Anyways. I just have no words. None. Okay. Kathy Wise, neighbor. June 18th, 2011. Kathy Wise's last words to me were, "Karen, don't go in the garage." How did she know anything was in the garage? Did the cops let her go in the garage? Clint doesn't remember if the cops told her there was blood in the garage or if she went around in the garage. It was not Clint's job to know this. He was in shock. It was the cop's job to know if she went in the garage or not. Did she? If not, how did she know? This was also heard by Terry Brumley. I fell down crying, and Terry asked her, "Is Holly in the garage?" Kathy said, "No." The next thing I asked her was, "Where is James?" She said, "He had to go to work." Has Kathy been polygraphed? Why not? She was up here before the cops ever got here. Kathy also kept saying, have you looked in her trunk? I think she was up here. Do you understand if she was saying, Kathy also kept saying, have you looked in her trunk? That would mean that the trunk was not opened. Do you understand that when Kathy was up there? So everybody needs to put that down in their little notebooks. I think she was up here to try to get the cops to zero in on Clint, which is what they did. I cannot believe this shit. I think she was up here to try to get the cops to zero in on Clint, which is what they did. She was also up here to cover herself, like she was trying to help. She never called 911, never called the cops like she usually always does. Check the records. 6/18/2011. So writes this in June about the neighbor, James Edward Barnes. Why did he drive by our house to see if he could see anything? He claims he didn't see anything. Why not? Then he called his mama because he got to thinking about it. He told Kathy or Jamie he thought Clint was scaring her with a snake. Many guys used to hang out around James's trailer. Natalie Bobo says, that's the cousin. Natalie Bobo says she can identify the guys who have watched them walk by in the afternoons. Someone needs to compile a notebook of James's friends for her to look at. And it was James and some fat friend of his, by the way. It was not Terry Britt that was looking at them. He has some rough-looking friends. According to his ex-wife, Jamie, he is involved with drugs. James Edward Barnes. Christy Skaggs from Linden, Tennessee. Well, she was at James's house Saturday night, the 21st. She has a maroon Chrysler van. Maroon Chrysler van. It's an older model. Here's the license plate number. It's Perry County. Weren't y'all looking for a maroon colored van? Well, Christy Skaggs. Mm-mm-mm-mm-mm. Okay. I talked with Natalie on June 17th. She talked about working in Florida. She was in contract with a black guy from Memphis website, Miami's Finest Models. I asked Natalie about when she worked at Cherry's, which is a strip club in Mississippi. Before she told me she did not know Kyle. But on Friday, she told me that she lived with Kyle and another guy. She was Kyle's girlfriend. She said she left because he was acting weird. see. Hmm. Hold on one second.
It'd be hard pressed to say. It all happened pretty quick within the same moments therein. Once the blood was noticed, there was several things that happened. I realized the severity of what was going on, and things started happening a lot quicker.
But once you realized the severity of what's going on, you still didn't go in the woods.
No, ma'am.
No further questions.
Sorry, you're free to go. You can remain. Charlie, take your way.
Your Honor, can we have a minute to see if we can get the projector working, because our next witness, we're going to use that. Run.
I can help.
No objection on the part of the state.
And you can examine it.
Back 2011.
Okay.
So if you've got the narrative for my original response on April 13th, then the Brit portion of it starts on page 5.
I thought you said that you didn't used to do narratives from 2011 from a crime.
We did. We wrote narratives and we turned them over to the investigators but about 1.5 years or 2 years ago, we actually started issuing reports that are accessible in our LIMS system. So it's actually in a report. It's not just a Word document as it used to be, essentially.
Okay. Find what I have here. Okay, what I have that I thought was from you was simply, it's Tennessee Bureau of Investigation, and then it's a brief crime scene description. It has a lot of a lot of drawings in here, and measurements of the home, and some notes from that day, like what time you arrived, what time you went into particular rooms, but I don't see anything at all in here from the Britton home. And I don't see any typed narrative in what I have. I have handwritten notes. Because it looks like you were there the next day also. And this is at the Bobo home.
That's right.
So if I could just see those papers then, and maybe that'll help me. So it says that you found one possible blonde hair in the portion that you searched, but you aren't the person that tested that blonde hair, are you?
Definitely not. I did find, I've got mention of it. Ultimately, what I have in my notes.
Okay, so that guy was boring as fuck, but here, I finally found what I wanted to tell you guys. I had to search in my notes. Okay. Natalie Bobo is the cousin, okay, of Holly. And Natalie Bobo, she lived way closer than I thought, like really close to where Holly lived. Natalie last saw Holly last week on Monday or Tuesday. She last spoke to Holly last Friday over the telephone. So listen to this. So Natalie, her cousin, Natalie last saw Holly last week on Monday or Tuesday. She last spoke to Holly last Friday over the telephone. They talked about tanning and walking. Natalie has no idea what may have happened to Holly. Holly is not the type of person who would have any enemies. She cannot think of anyone who wants to hurt her. Natalie believes it was either the first or second day of this month that she and Holly went walking on Swan Johnson Road in front of Holly's house. This is when they saw Holly's neighbors, who live in a mobile home next door, staring at them as they walk by. She does not know their names, but they made them feel uncomfortable. That same weekend, Natalie and Holly laid out on Holly's pool deck behind her house and tanned. She recalled Holly being startled by a noise in the woods. Holly thought someone was watching them but they did not see anyone. Holly and her brother Clint got along well. Clint is not dating Jessica King. He does not like her. King is Drew Scott's ex-girlfriend, and Drew is Holly's current boyfriend. Nally does not believe Jessica would want to hurt Holly, even though she was upset that Drew broke up with her to date Holly. Holly's family is presently staying at the home of Lori while law enforcement is processing the Bobo home. Lori is Holly's father, Dana Bobo's sister. About a year ago, a man by the name of Steve from Nashville took pictures of Natalie. Natalie met him via MySpace on the internet. He offered to take pictures of her for free. No money was exchanged between them. Steve did pay for Natalie's meals and gas when she drove out one time to stay at his house so he could take additional pictures of her. He traveled at one time to Parsons to take pictures of her in locations such as Perryville, Marina, and an old abandoned house down the street from her house. The pictures were both nudes and fully clothed. You guys, that house that she's talking about down the house from where she's at is also down the street from where, Holly lives. And this house is going to be central to a huge fucking raid. They had beds with chains, like handcuffs chained to the walls and shit. Steve is a white male, 5'10", weighing 200 or more pounds with a belly, approximately 50 years old. He has a bad leg and walks with a cane. She cannot recall his address in Nashville because he picked her up at her house and drove her to his home. At no time did Steve or anyone else associated with Steve solicit sex from her. She does not know how to contact Steve because she deleted his number from her cell phone. She does not know what he does for a living. Steve knows Natalie's address and he has mailed her pictures of herself. She might be able to contact Steve through MySpace if that is what law enforcement desires. She does not see any guns at his house. Steve does not know anything about her cousin Holly. Natalie never signed any waivers or contracts with Steve regarding her pictures and does not care what happens to her pictures. Natalie heard that Holly's mother, Karen Bobo, heard about Steve taking pictures of her. So Karen asked Holly to make Steve a friend on her internet MySpace page so she could see what Steve says about himself. Natalie heard what Karen was doing, so she asked Steve to remove himself as a friend to Holly on her Facebook. She did this so Karen and the rest of the extended family members could not get into her, meaning Natalie's, business. In early January of this year, Natalie consulted an internet website named sexyjobs.com. On this site, she came upon another website named miamisfinestmodels.com. This website offered a strip club job in Miami. Natalie admits that she likes being a stripper and contacted the people at the strip club in Miami. The manager there is named Miguel. He purchased an airline ticket for her to fly from Nashville to Miami. This was on January 14th, 2011. Once there, she was introduced to this so-called house mom named Chrissy. She stripped there for several days and made good money until the manager asked her to be a prostitute in another section of the club. She refused the request and realized that the atmosphere was not good for her. On January 19th, 2011, Natalie left the strip club and stayed at a Howard and Johnson motel, waiting for her father to purchase a commercial airline ticket. The following day, she took a bus to Orlando International and took a flight to Nashville, where her father picked her up. Natalie's father knew that she was going to work at the strip club in Miami, but he did not try to stop her. Her best friend, Brandy, and classmate Matt, and Lori, which is her father's sister, they all knew that she, Natalie, had gone to Miami for a stripper job. She believes her Aunt Lori told Holly, and Holly told her mother, or that Lori told both Holly and Karen about the Miami job. Natalie admits that last summer she stripped at a strip club in Mississippi named Cherries. The manager there is named Jake. She stayed at his house several times. He is a white male, 40 to 60 years old, 5'8". Here's his cell phone number. You can call him. Natalie has a high school degree, but she does not see a future for herself in Parsons. She intends to someday move to Orlando so that she can strip at clubs where the money is good. Her best friend, Brandy, plans on going with her. Natalie denies ever being a prostitute. Natalie showed the interviewing agents several pictures Steve had sent her of her in her clothes. Mm. Okay, so they hang out every Friday. They would go walking or tanning, and they would do it on the back of the deck. They would listen to music. Um, uh, mm, 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 mm. Well, the only thing that I will add to that is that she attempted, her cousin here, Natalie, says, I tried to call or text my cousin on Saturday, and she never returned my call or text. I thought that was very interesting. Holly was not a jealous person, but she was the kind of girl who did not want her boyfriend talking to any other girls. I always told her, I know how you think. It's me and only me, or it's not me at all. She checked Drew's Facebook a lot and told me Drew never gets on Facebook. I told Drew after this all happened that Holly checked his Facebook and asked him if he ever checked hers. He said she tried to give him her password, but he never looked at it. Holly was checking Drew's Facebook because Molly had requested to be Drew's friend, and Holly was keeping a check to see if Drew would add her, Molly, one of Drew's former girlfriends. Holly told me this. I said, don't tell Drew. And she said she wasn't because she was giving him a test to see if he would tell her about the request. Ah. Hold on one second. Hmm. Damn. Got it. Oh, okay. Sorry, guys. All right, Chad Marshall. Chad Marshall, why were you calling all the time? Okay. Hmm. Okay, so back in the day, this is fucking wild. All right. On Wednesday, 11/2/2011. So this is a good, I don't know, 6 months, 8 months after the disappearance, but everyone's still like looking. Um, the FBI and the TBI get a phone call from Karen Bobo. And she said, I got this in the mail, and it's a note that's typed up, and it says, y'all forgot this. All big, big, big letters, and with a light bulb wrapped around it, like a light bulb. And Karen Bobo, again, goes to the police, and she this item was returned to her at her request in the presence of Decatur County Sheriff's Department investigator Ricky Inman. And Karen Bobo said that she thinks that Jeff is the person who sent the light bulb to her last week. She knows Jeff as the cousin of Billy, who lives in nearby Parsons. Billy is married to her husband's sister Lori. Karen denied that she nor anyone else that she knows broke into either Jeff or Billy's homes recently. Karen indicated that she planned on getting her attorney to get a court order directing the United States Postal Service to identify who mailed the light bulb to her. I said, what the fuck? Well, by God, Billy, the poor bastard that works at the Postal Service, was contacted. He was shown some video. Billy, were you working on 10/27/2011 at the front desk? Yeah, I was. Well, I need you to look at some photos here. Do you know who this is? Like, yeah, I've seen him before. He's come in here. I don't know him, but I've seen him before. Okay. Well, then the FBI and TBI, they go and they interview this Jeff guy. And Jeff is the cousin of Billy, of Parsons, Tennessee. Their mothers are sisters. Billy is married to Lori. Lori is the sister of Dana Bobo, the dad of, Holly Bobo. Dana is married to Karen, The Bobo's daughter, Holly, was abducted from their home. Jeff admitted that he mailed a package containing a light bulb to Karen at her residential address. He mailed the package from the post office. He sent the light bulb to her in order to let her and her family know that he knew it was her, a family member or a friend, who broke into his home 3 weeks ago. What? Jeff and his cousin Billy believe that Clint Bobo's story of his sister Holly Bobo's abduction is suspicious. As a result, Billy had been recording interviews of people around Parsons, trying to get information about Clint to resolve what happened to Holly. Jeff does not know who Billy had interviewed and recorded, though. He believes Clint was having sex with underage girls, which may have caused Holly to be abducted and harmed. What? Jeff believes the Bobos broke into his home looking for those fucking audio recordings made by his cousin Billy. The Bobos do not think that their son Clint was involved in any way with the disappearance with their daughter, Holly. The Bobos are at odds with Jeff and Billy and over Clint's veracity and what he witnessed during Holly's abduction. The Bobos wanted to know what Billy's personal investigation had revealed in order to protect their son. Jeff believes that the Bobos have been breaking into homes through the Decatur County trying to find their daughter. Some of the people that would have helped the Bobos in breaking into homes for them are Sheila, who is the mother of Drew. Drew is Holly's boyfriend. The others are Donna, who is Karen's mother, and Kim, who is Karen's sister. Oh my God. On Tuesday, October 11th, 2011, between 1:20 and 3:15, someone searched Jeff's home. Jeff knows the approximate time because on that day, he had gone jogging with a friend from work. His wife, Kelly, called him after his run and told him about finding their house in disarray. My God, what? Kelly picks their daughter up from elementary school every weekday at 1:20. On that day, Kelly and their daughter returned home at 3:15. Kelly found all the drawers in their kitchen and rooms left open. Whomever had entered their home did not take anything that they're aware of because they had their iPad, computers, jewelry, all these valuables. Nothing was taken. When Jeff looked around the house, he found that someone had unscrewed a round clear light bulb from their mirror in their master bathroom and left it on the bathroom sink for some unknown reason. So Jeff admitted that he and his family, they occasionally would maybe leave their door unlocked, He believes that someone may have been watching them from a convenience store located at the intersection. Jeff's neighbor told him that he had seen a light blue S10 pickup truck near Jeff's home the day of the burglary, and it may be associated with the perpetrators. Jeff's cousin Billy told them that he seen a light blue truck like that parked in the Bobo's driveway at some time. Last week, 10/26/2011, Billy told Jeff that someone had broken into his workshop and home in Parsons. Jeff does not believe anything was taken from the home or shop. A pry bar was used to force the door open on Billy's shop, which is next to the home. Billy reported the break into the Decatur County Sheriff's Department. Jeff is familiar with a person named Tony Calories. This guy has a computer internet website dedicated to finding Holly Bobo. It's a well-known thing. There was like a big old story on it. That's why I'm fine with saying the name. Tony. Okay, so Jeff has read information that Tony has posted on the website since Holly's abduction. Billy has been communicating with Tony and may have told Tony who he interviewed regarding Clint Bobo. Billy also told the Decatur County Sheriff's Department Deputy Investigator Ricky Inman about who Billy interviewed. Jeff is also familiar with individuals from Henderson, Nevada, who are in the Parsons, Tennessee area, supposedly helping to locate Holly Bobo and identify the abductor. Jeff is very upset that someone searched his home. He has installed security devices to ensure it does not happen again. On Wednesday, 4/13/2011, the day Holly Bobo was abducted from her home, Jeff was in Dallas with his boss, Johnny, on a business trip. They had flown there on Sunday and returned by air on the 13th. Jeff heard about Holly Bobo's abduction and went that same day to Parsons to help search several days for her. Jeff is willing to send proof that he was in Dallas the day that Holly Bobo was abducted. Then the police go over and interview Karen. Karen's like, what the heck? What the heck's going on? What the heck? Karen on Thursday, 10/28/2011, you guys should receive that package. Karen said that she does not know for sure who may have sent the box to her, but she has her suspicions. She denies anything that she or anyone had to do with causing someone to send the light bulb. She is frightened that she received the light bulb in the mail and does not know the meaning behind the light bulb. Well, on Monday, 10/24/2011, a man by the name of Tony Calabrese forwarded Bobo's a text message that he had received from an undisclosed person. The message said the following, in quotes, Karen said it cost her too much money. Clint questioned by TBI 6 to 8 hours and polygraph 2 weeks ago. Chad Marshall also questioned. Decatur County Sheriff Law Enforcement Officer deposited $15,000 cash at Farmers Bank on Thursday, 10/13. Clint almost overdosed on Xanax on Saturday. Sheila leaving light bulb. Drew's mother, Tony, told Bobo he had received the text message from someone yesterday on Sunday, 10/23. Bobo knows Tony as a person who posts information regarding Holly Bobo's abduction on the internet website he created to supposedly help in locating Holly and assisting in the investigation of identifying her abductor. Bobo admitted that she has recently been in communication with Tony regarding Billy. Bobo advised that the text message stating that Karen said it cost her too much money is probably referring to the cost that they are going to incur to have a privately administered polygraph done on their son Clint regarding the details of their daughter, Holly Bobo's abduction on 4/13/2011. She believes the polygraph will cost them $750 to $1,000. Their attorney, Steve, is supposed to be setting this all up for them. The Bobos are also thinking about paying to have Clint ingest, quote unquote, truth serum. What? Truth serum in order to obtain his recollection of Holly's abduction. They believe Clint's truth serum statement will not change from his original statement to law enforcement. She believes the truth serum can be administered at some country outside the United States and may cost as much as $4,000 to $5,000. What have you guys? Is anybody still with me out there? Oh my God! What are we reading over here? Oh my God! This is absurd. Truth in regards to the message stating that Clint overdosed on Xanax. Karen said that is not true, and she does not know how anyone could have thought of that. Regarding the text portion, Sheila leaving Lightbulb, Drew's mother. Karen did not know that Sheila is. Karen did know that Sheila is Drew Scott's mother, and that Drew is obviously Holly's present boyfriend, but she did not know what the significance of the message leaving Lightbulb meant until she received the Lightbulb in the mail last Friday. Karen suspects that her brother-in-law, Billy, was the person that sent the text message to the Tony. Billy is married to Lori, who is Bobo's husband's sister. Karen has been told by various sources that Billy has a cousin named Jeff living in Mississippi and who is obsessed with Whitney Duncan, who is Karen Bobo's niece. What? What does this have to do? What is going on? I'm telling you guys all this because it matters. It's the psyche behind what's happening here. So Karen has been told by various sources that Billy has a cousin named Jeff and that he lives in Mississippi. And he is obsessed with Whitney Duncan, who is Karen Bobo's niece, Kim Duncan's daughter. Duncan's mother is Kim Duncan, who is Karen Bobo's sister. Karen heard that Jeff told Billy that he wanted a pair of Whitney Duncan panties as a gift on one occasion. Dude. Karen, what are you doing? Listen, Jennifer Drake. Okay. Karen heard that Jeff told Billy, this is what she told the feds, that Jeff told Billy that he wanted a pair of Whitney Duncan's panties as a gift on one occasion. Karen has heard that Jeff traveled to Darden on the day Holly was abducted in order to search for her and was in Darden Parsons area for days after Holly disappeared. Karen believes Jeff could have been the person who abducted Holly. Oh my God. Because he was obsessed with Whitney Duncan and Holly looks a lot like her. This was every single person. The Bobos have not gotten along well with Billy in the past several years or more. They believe Billy poured radiator fluid into Dana Bobo's dump truck several years ago in retaliation for Dana billing him for cleaning up roofing debris he left on the Bobo's property. The Bobos believe Billy has purchased and sold four-wheeler parts and associates with people known to have been convicted of stealing four-wheelers. Billy has been known to act irresponsibly in the past, such as driving construction equipment into ditches and being arrested for drunken driving in the past. Karen advised that she cannot remember a lot about the day Holly was abducted due to the stress and emotion of the event. but she heard both Billy and his cousin Jeff were walking around the area of the Bobo home on the day of the abduction after Holly went missing. Karen indicated that her son Clint is now working with his father at Mackenzie Tree Services. Karen provided the box containing the light bulb and note, and we all just had a great day. All righty. Okay. You guys, have you ever seen or heard anybody write an address? You know how it's like suite like 4,000 or like suite like 3? Have you guys ever seen anybody write SWEET for suite? Like suite 3000, Memphis, Tennessee. I've never in my life seen that. Never saw such a thing. This is absurd. They sold the house. The Bobos don't live in that house. Sweet. SWEET. I said, no way. Oh, yeah. Yep. Somebody labeled a piece of mail to the FBI and, sweet like sweet. SWEET. I said, no way. No way. Yeah, way. Pretty wild, no? Pretty wild. Okay, here we go. Chad Marshall, who was previously interviewed by special agents on 420, he was then re-interviewed. He was interviewed by special agents on 420, 2011, so what, 7 days after, and then was interviewed at the Decatur County Sheriff's Department in the presence of DCSD, which is Decatur County Sheriff's Department, Ricky Inman. So then the FBI wants another stab at Chad. And Marshall is Clint Bobo's friend, but he has not communicated or spoken to Clint since a few days after Clint's sister Holly Bobo was abducted. What'd I tell y'all? I said, I want to see and talk to Chad. Why? Well, come right out the gate and says, I have not talked to Clint since a couple days after 4/13, 2011. This interview was September 29, 2011. A few days after Holly was abducted, Clint and he spoke like normal about four-wheeling, school, and what they were doing that day. He invited Clint to come with him and friends to go four-wheeling, but Clint declined, saying he had to help search for Holly. He cannot explain why Clint now refuses to return his calls and text messages. He has seen Clinton Parsons over the past several months and waves to him, but Clint will not communicate with him in any way. Drew Scott, who is Holly's current boyfriend, has told Marshall, Chad Marshall here, that Clint will not return his calls or text message either. They believe Clint has decided to not communicate with any of his friends and associates for some reason. Chad added that Drew Scott is his cousin. Marshall is aware of only two other friends of Clint. One has a first name of Flint. Clinton Flint, who is an EMT. rides a motorcycle and drives a Volkswagen Beetle. The other's first name is Corey. Now, at this time in the interview, they show Marshall text messages believed to have been made and sent between Chad and Clint. And I said, oh my God. They didn't ask any questions about this until September 29th of 2011. Chad Marshall explained that the text message he sent on March 18th, 2011, so it was before the abduction, at 12:15 a.m. Okay. 12:15 a.m., which was, in quotes, "I'd so bang the girl to my right," end quote, was regarding Abby Hayes, who was sitting in his car with him while they were parked next to Clint, and Desi Dunkel, who was in their own vehicle. They were parked in the parking lot of the Calvary Baptist Church in Parsons. 12:15 a.m. on March 18th. Then Marshall explained that the next text message that they had a question about, he sent to Clint on March 18th at 3:34 a.m., which was, quote unquote, "Dude, I'm about to leave. Come on," was when Clint asked him to go with him to the town of Holiday near Camden to see a girl Clint liked, possibly named Amy. This is the same day. 3:18. So 3:18, there's a 12:15 text message, and it said, "I'd so bang the girl to my right," end quote. Okay. And according to this Chad guy, oh, that was regarding Abby Hayes, who was sitting in his car with him while they were parked at a church. And then Clint and Desi were in another car, their own car, parked next to them. Then 5 hours later at, not 5 hours later, but 3:34 a.m. So 3 hours later, another text. And this text it says, "Dude, I'm about to leave. Come on." And he's saying that was when Clint asked him to go with him to town of Holiday near Camden to see a girl Clint liked, possibly named Amy. It's like, are you not looking and paying attention here, Chad? It's the same day. It's 3 hours and 15 minutes later. So Clint's with Desi, and then y'all, what? He cannot recall her last name, but Clint said that she was 20 years old and worked at Dollar General in Camden. They met at Amy's home where several of her friends were there. It was late and Marshall, wanted to go home. The following day, he and Clint went to the Dollar General store in Camden to get Clint's wallet from Amy. Clint had left it at her house the night before. Next text message. Marshall explained that the text message he sent to Clint at 3:22, 2011 at 3:26 p.m., which was, quote unquote, "Shit has hit the fan. Call me when you can." And the when is spelled W-E-N. The same way that, we'll talk about that. Shit has hit the fan. Call me W-E-N, you can. And that text was about, it said March 22nd, 2011. That was because Marshall's past girlfriend, Jesslyn, had found out that Marshall was seeing Abby Hayes. Marshall and Smith are presently dating again. Marshall explained that the text message he sent to Clint on 3/25, 2011 at 7:03 a.m. 7:03 a.m., which was, quote unquote, "Call me when you can," was regarding going to get some lunch. At 7:03 in the morning. Call me when you can. Oh, that was about going to get some lunch. Oh, okay. 7:03 a.m. Talking about lunch. Now, Marshall explained that the text message he sent to Clint was call me when you can was regarding go get some lunch. Then the next text message that they showed him was the same day at 3/25/2011 at 12:11 p.m. Now, like at noon at lunchtime, which was in quotes, just JUSS, just did, and now back at school. Desi said she misses you, end quote. Just did, and now back at school. Desi said she misses you. Can you explain that? Oh, well, this was regarding getting a message from Desi Dunkel that she missed seeing Clint. Marshall does not know for what particular reason she was missing Clint. This is the person that's way younger. Marshall explained that the next text that they had a question about, he received from Clint on 4/12/2011, the day before Holly was abducted, 4/12/2011. And it was at 9:57 p.m., which was in quotes. And who likes it? Question mark. And who likes it was regarding Clint posting something on his Facebook site and asking his friends what they thought of it. He cannot recall what Clint had posted, though. Now imagine being asked these questions, okay? You know, a week afterwards, sure. In basically the end of September for something that happened in March and April of that same year. Like, how many months? So, in quotes, and who likes it? Question mark. And then, so he's saying something about Facebook. And then the cops say, these feds, well, according to the text message that the interviewer then shows Marshall on 4/12/2011 at 9:58, so it was 9:57 and then 9:58, Marshall responded to Clint by saying, that's right. Marshall verified to the interviewers that he responded to Clint's message as shown in the text records and did respond a short time later at 4:12 at 9:58. You know, I did. That's right, I did. Clint then responded to Marshall's text on 4/12/2011 at 10 p.m. So this is, we have 9:57 p.m., 9:58 p.m., and now 10 p.m. That exactly right. And who likes it? I did. That's exactly right. Marshall explained that the text message he sent Clint Bobo on 4/13, the day of the abduction, at 8:28 a.m. Dude, do y'all need me to come help? Dude, do y'all need me to come help? Was just after he found out, well, at his trade school in Lexington, that Holly Bobo had been abducted. Clint responded by calling Marshall on his cellular telephone and confirming that Holly was abducted and that he could use his help searching. So going back to this timeline, well, guess what time Chad Marshall called Clint Bobo that morning? He called him at 7:38. 7:28, 7:38. So before this text, dude, do y'all need me to come help? Do y'all need me to come help? It was just after he found out while at his trade school in Lexington that Holly Bobo had been abducted. Well, let's take a look. Clint, text messages. On 4/13/2011, Chad Marshall, 8:30 a.m. And then let's see. Oh, I apologize. He didn't call Drew Scott that morning until 8:16, and then he called him again at 9:09. So what I thought was always weird here is that at 9:08, the call from Holly's mom's phone goes to Holly's phone at 9:08, and then at 9:09, Drew's phone is called by Clint Bobo. So it was like, you guys remember when Clint Bobo tells us all that he called, he's like, I called Holly and then I called Drew and it was back to back, right? And he's like, and that's how I knew that their phones, they had to be together. Do you understand that right there? That's how I was able to put it together, that I believed that the 808 and the 809, those are back-to-back phone calls. Holly, then Drew, but from different phones. And here it was because I think he was operating, or somebody's operating for him, and he's speaking about that because I believe that he's being fed everything to say from his mom. And it is that whoever has both phones are had by the same person, meaning, and potentially 3 phones here. And that would be Holly's mom has like Clint's phone, or Clint has Holly's mom's phone, because that's the only time that there's ever a back-to-back call when he says, I called Drew, or I called my sister, and then I called Drew right after. And they both rang 5 times and they went straight to voicemail after that. Remember that when I read that off? Well, guess when it happens that it's back to back. It does happen, but it's with 2 different phones. Drew Scott is called at 8:08. Drew Scott. I'm sorry, Drew Scott, yeah. 9:08 or 9:09, and there's a 9:08 number, or 9:08 call. And I was like, that's interesting. And then I said, but that's an hour later. I said, but let's go back to this Chad Marshall here. And why would Chad be calling? And then why is he asking, how does he know that Holly has been abducted at 8:28? Do y'all need my help? And then I said, well, I said, yeah, right. There's more. Hold on. Okay. Marshall knows Desi as a girl who is 17 or 18 years old and attends the high school. He had known her from when he attended the same high school. Marshall said that, Chad here said that he will himself turn 20 years old next Tuesday, so he's 19. Marshall recalled that approximately 3 weeks prior to Holly being abducted, he and Abby met Clint and Desi in what he called 5 Forks to sit around their vehicles to drink beer and talk. It was a weekday, but he cannot remember the exact day. He considers the 5 Forks as the intersection of Swan Johnson Road and Sam Evans Road, and the logging road entrance to Swan Johnson Road immediately to the north of the Bobo residence as their so-called 5 Forks meeting place. Only he and Clint drank beer. The girls did not. Marshall now thinks that Desi was 16 years old at that time. Chad Marshall here recalled that this last 5 Forks get-together was held at the logging road entrance. During this get-together, Clint got a call from his mother, Karen, on his cellular telephone. Clint did not seem to be in a heated exchange with his mother during this conversation. After the call, Clint told them that his mother was very upset that she heard that he, Clint, was seeing Desi because she was 16 and Clint was 26. After Clint revealed the context of the call, they all went home for the day. Chad believes that they may have met at the logging road Forks intersection about 4 to 6, other times in all. Chad remembered that a week after their last get together at the logging road, their mutual friend Brennan died in a car accident, and that was about 2 weeks prior to Holly's abduction. Chad Marshall does not believe that Clint Bobo and Desi officially dated each other, and he had not received any information about Clint or anyone else that has had sex with each other. It was not until about 3 weeks ago that Billy contacted Chad and asked if Clint and Desi had sex together. He told Billy then that he did not hear of that. Chad believes that Clint had first met Desi some time ago at like a Riverside high school game. Desi's reputation was that she was a good girl and did not have sex with guys that she just met. Chad does not know if Desi has a brother or a boyfriend or a parent that may have been angry with Clint for seeing her. Both Chad and Clint would sometimes refer to Desi as Texas due to her strong country accent. Chad has heard that Clint's present girlfriend is Brittany. Clint and Brittany have been dating each other off and on, but presently have begun to date each other again. Brittany is about 1 to 2 years younger than Clint. About 1.5 years ago, Clint dated Jamie Evans. Oh my God. And Caitlin Condor. This matters for what's coming down the road. Who is now, I don't know, 19, 20 years old. He says, I don't know. Chad does not know if either one of them had sex with Clint. Clint does not advise Marshall of his sexual activities, okay? Chad Marshall here is not aware of anyone who would have wanted to harm Clint or anyone else in the Bobo family over any of Clint's relationships with women. Chad Marshall here, remembers about 3 weeks prior to Holly's abduction, Holly's boyfriend Drew told Chad Marshall, that Holly had sent a text message to Clint saying it was sick that Clint was having contact with Desi due to the age difference. Clint also told Drew also told Marshall that Karen Bobo had threatened to pack Clint's bags and to throw him out of their home over the issue of Clint seeing Desi. Chad is not aware of Clint and Holly ever being jealous of each other or having any hatred for each other. The only conflict that he was aware of was Clint seeing Desi, which seemed to have been diffused by Clint not seeing her any longer. Chad is familiar with someone named, I don't know, someone named Stefan or Stetson. Stetson, yeah, that's it. I think his grandfather owns the PPP Arena on Middleburg Road in Parsons. Anyways, Stetson was a social friend of Clint, Abby Hayes, Desi, and Marshall. But he never met them at Five Forks to drink beer and socialize. Chad cannot believe that Clint would have had anything to do with his sister's disappearance. If Clint was ever accused of harming Holly, he would be in disbelief of it being authentic. Chad believes Clint is it just takes, Clint a little longer to, comprehend something that's going on. So regarding Holly's abduction, Chad Marshall here believes that Clint did think that the person with Holly that day was, in fact, her boyfriend at first. He thinks that probably did happen. And that's why Clint did not confront the abductor. Chad admits that he can't say what Clint would have done if he knew for sure that the abductor was not Drew. How did Chad Marshall hear about Holly Bobo being abducted to send a text at 8:28 in the morning to Clint to say, hey, do you guys need some help? Jamie Evans, huh? There's a big old raid on the Evans property. Big old DEA raided that property. And they found nothing but handcuffs chained up to mattresses just laying all over the place. And this is that, like, right where they were always hanging out. And then come to find out, wait, Clinton dated somebody that lived there? I'm like, this is wild shit. And so I'm like, yeah, this timeline is just, none of it happened this way. And Karen Bobo didn't have her fucking phone. I don't even know if she had her phone all day. I don't know what Karen Bobo was doing, but sorry, this didn't happen. And I think just like, I don't know how it didn't come out in this trial that Karen Bobo, how is your phone being used at 8:09 and it's in your room and you're in a car with Terry driving to your house? And then why was Brent Booth so adamant to say that, when Chad called, remember all night leading up until the abduction, Clint and Chad were texting back and forth all night. And then I'm like, why is this kid calling bright ass in the morning like that? And I think that first phone call, if you actually asked him some good questions and wrote down the shit, I bet you that first phone call, he was calling to say, hey, what's going on? And then the text message an hour later saying, do you all need help? Yeah, that was an hour after the first call, though. I believe Chad Marshall knew at 7:30. I completely agree. And I think this could have potentially been a ransom gone way wrong, or like I said, or the people that are in who's having people come and go from houses. I mean, Clint Bobo to sit here and say that his sister went to Drew's that night and Drew didn't come there, like she went there. That's a big fucking problem. And then her cousin saying, I have not physically seen her since this day, and I talked to her here. It's like on Friday there was a picture of them from the Coon thing. But I'm just curious, who besides family talked to Holly Bobo? When did somebody last talk to Holly Bobo? And when I say talk, that's even me being kind. See her after Friday. I'm just curious. But until you fix Karen's timeline, huge big blunder, that and I'm telling you, Karen was not notified by anybody coming into that cafeteria and saying that to her. That's not how she was notified. Sorry. Just throw that the fuck out the window. Kathy didn't get a phone call yet from her son. Her son called her at 7:47. She couldn't have called school before 7:47. It's impossible. Anybody that knows timelines, it's chronological order. I think what makes the most sense is I don't know what happened on Tuesday. Something happened. Why would Holly's phone text stuff about, like, if you're talking to some girl who you're on the phone with talking, did you communicate with anybody that night? Would she be texting the boyfriend that at 17 a.m., right? And then you're going to sit here and tell me that after this text message, like, how do we even know that Holly was the person that sent that text? That you better not have been doing X, Y, and Z. And then literally she gets abducted. Everybody, you would not be able to get off of the boyfriend. Like, you would be grilling Clint, the boyfriend here. How come Holly's sending you these text messages talking about, I'm going to be done if you're talking to another girl, and in some tip like that. And then Clint's over here saying that I thought I saw it was Drew, And then we see this and it's like, it's fucking absurd. It's absurd that it's absurd. Sorry. It's just absurd. Nobody was asking any of the right questions. I don't trust any of these written reports without hearing the audio. And they're even just like bad, but then the phone records don't lie. Karen Bobo's phone is being used left and right. And no, her sister couldn't have gotten to her phone by 8:09, 8:08, 8:08. And Holly's phone says that people are saying, oh, that was it didn't get answered. It did get answered because Holly's phone is an incoming call. It says that it was answered. If it's an incoming call with AT&T and you miss it, okay, it doesn't show up on your bill. It's not going to be in your call detail records. your call detail records are going to show when your phone is answered for an incoming call, and it was 44 seconds. Now, the only thing that potentially AT&T could testify to is that there would be a potentiality that the phone rang, and then when the voicemail picked up, okay, and then you left a voicemail, and then would that be considered a call? And back in 2011, we'd have to take a really good look at that. But I'm telling you right now, that was definitely not a missed call in terms of a real miss. For it to be on Holly Bobo's call log, her call details. Because, for example, Clint Bobo said that Chad called him and he just clicked it, like the side of the phone. He clicked it, because he thought it was like an alarm or some shit. And so he's like, I just clicked on the side, so I didn't answer it. And if you go and you look at Clint's phone records, the first phone call that he has is at 7:51, and that's his that's Karen. And so, like, then you know how Clint was saying, like, I was talking to my friends the night before that night. He was friends. He was talking to only one person. It was all incoming phone calls, and it was from Chad Marshall, all the same person. 6:39, 8 o'clock, 8:08, 8:16, 8:24, 8:29, 8:41, 9:08, 9:14, 9:18, 9:28. How do the feds not ask what the fuck was Clint kept calling you? And you guys would talk 1 minute, 6 minutes, 1 minute, 3, 2, 2, 10, 4, 2, 2, 2. The feds aren't asking why was Clint blowing you up from 6:39 until 9:28. And then, and it's not like, I mean, these are going through, or I'm sorry, they're incoming calls. Chad kept on calling Clint from 6:39 to 9:28. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. You go through his phone records on like the night before. So like, let's go to Monday night. Nothing like that's happening. Monday night. We have good old Chad, 8:22, incoming for 5 minutes. And then Clint calls him before that at 6:34, 9 minutes. And then they talk at 11:20 a.m. and 11:11 a.m. And then so Sunday. $5:10 p.m. 7:49, 8:09, 9:36, 4. See, Clint's phone at 7:01 a.m. His mom. Incoming. That phone calls his mom. Or his mom calls him rather at 7:01 a.m. Then 7:45 a.m. Chad calls him, and they talk for 9 minutes on Tuesday morning at 7:45 a.m. 9 minutes. Then he does not use his phone from 7:52 a.m. until 2:30 p.m. And it's Chad. 2:29 and then 2:30. So it was like he calls him and then Chad calls him back, right back, like at 2:30. Then he talks to Drew. Again, this is on Tuesday. He talks to Drew at 4. No, actually at 2:34. Then he talks to his mom at 4:05. He said he was done at school at 4 and he was in Jackson. Had to get stuff done in Jackson on Tuesday. And then he got home at 7. And he doesn't use his phone from 6:39 to 8 o'clock. So that actually fits with what he's saying, that he got home and he ate his supper and he was talking. His parents were in the den and then he saw his sister leave to go to fucking Drew's. I don't know how he could possibly mix that up. Like, especially if it's so routine that she comes over to the house or he comes over to the house. I just don't think he's mixing that up. I think that this family knows everything that happened. Sorry. And we can all get into people getting framed down the road. Damn. Okay. Woo-wee. There's so much more. And I've just been going ham over this timeline here. I'm like, yeah, that's not accurate. And okay, so believe on this note, okay? There's a girl that worked at Joe's video store. Shelly worked at Joe's video store in Parsons. She recalled seeing Holly. This interview does not take place until September 7th of 2011. So she remembers seeing Holly and her cousin Natalie coming into the store to tan in the store's tanning booth. Holly's boyfriend Lee at the time. So Holly's boyfriend Lee would also bring Holly into the store to tan. Holly later came in the store with another male, but she did not know his name. Shelly is not familiar with a male named Drew Scott. What? Like, about fell out of my chair. Like, what? She knew the name of that boyfriend Lee. Then she's like, she came in with another dude, and oh, so you know Drew? No, I've never heard of that. I'm not familiar with that name. Drew Scott. That's her boyfriend. Shelly knows Holly Bobo's mother, Karen, from when Shelly attended Parsons Elementary School. Karen was a 4th grade teacher, but she was not her teacher. Shelly does not own a computer and does not have a Facebook account on the internet. Shelly is friends with Natalie Bobo and describes her as a good girl, but ditzy. Natalie does have a backbone and is not easily influenced. She does not run around with Natalie, but she has spent some time smoking some weed with her and drinking liquor. She and Natalie did not use other drugs. It was not their thing. She does not think that Natalie is a violent person and would not hurt anyone. The last time she saw Natalie was approximately 6 months ago at the Food Giant grocery store in Parsons. Natalie was with her father. Shelley and Natalie did not speak to one another when she saw her. Shelley recalled Natalie telling her about a time when she was asked to dance nude on a boat on the Tennessee River sometime in June of 2010. Like, when you need to go and get freaking like how dumb are these special agents? How dumb are these detectives? And it's just like, are they dumb or is it incompetent, or corruption? You're listening to like these rumors, yeah, Natalie's not dead. FYI, people, okay? Natalie doing whatever the fuck Natalie was doing, amazing. Natalie's not dead. It's the victimology of Holly and the family. But when people are lying to you about what they're saying Holly does and doesn't do, I mean, what does her phone tell you she does? She's a homebody. Natalie dances at a strip club, but she is not a prostitute, says Shelley. Shelley believes Natalie has not had more than 6 sexual partners in her life. What? Jesus. You guys, this. Shelley, the last time she saw Natalie was 6 months ago at the grocery store and they didn't even talk. And then she's like, you're going to ask me how many sexual partners I think that Natalie has? This is wild. She describes her, she's only had like 6 sexual partners in her life, and that is why she describes her as a good girl. Natalie has never brought up the name Stephen Polk, and Shelley is not familiar with that name. She remembers Natalie introducing her to a male named Country one time. All she remembers about the guy is that he was 20 years old and drove a 4x4 pickup. Shelley does not know who abducted Holly, but she does believe Natalie may know who abducted her, either knowingly or like unknowingly. Like, she just knows the person, or yeah, but I don't think she knowingly knows it. But yeah, she knows who the person is, but she doesn't know that she knows, Shelley is presently married to Keith, but they are scheduled to divorce. Her present boyfriend is named Kenny Martin. They have been dating for the past 3 years. She has spent the last 3 days staying with him. She admits that she has a current restraining order against Kenny to stay away from her. She got the order when they argued over a Christmas tree that he threw away. Kenny's parents are Marvin and Riddell and live in Defunct Springs, Florida. Shut the fuck up. That's where Natasha Cooper lives. Kenny has been spending the last few weeks with them in Florida. Then how are you staying with him the last 3 days? She has spent the last 3 days staying with him. One sentence. Then the next sentence. He has been spending the last few weeks with them in Florida. How close is Parsons to that place in Florida? I mean, what? This is just bizarre. These interviews are all bizarre. Kenny has a friend named Jerry living in Adamsville who Shelley describes as a creep. Shelley also has a friend and former construction partner. I'm sorry, yeah. Not Shelley, but Shelley's man, Martin, Kenny Martin over here. Also has a friend and former construction partner named Terry Britt, who is a creep. Shelley recalled having a cookout at a home on Jeanette Holiday Road in Parsons. Britt came to the house with his wife, possibly named Janet. Britt was at the house for only 20 minutes when he asked Shelly how old her 15-year-old sister was. You guys, I'm sorry, but if don't even get me started on this. Shelly. Shelly felt it was inappropriate for Britt to show such an interest in her sister. Britt also tried hugging Natalie Bobo, who was at the dinner table. Wait a second. Hold on one second. This is fucking crazy. I'm gonna tell you why. Okay. She just says the last time that she saw Natalie Bobo was in the Food Giant, okay? 6 months ago, okay? So that means she's like, Shelly here saying, Shelly recalled having a cookout at some home on Jeanette Holiday Road in Parsons, okay? When? Because if your last encounter with Natalie was, I saw her at the grocery store, this has to be way before that, which you're saying is 6 months, ago. So Shelly is the source that's saying, oh, I recall Terry Britt tried to hug Natalie Bobo, who was at the dinner table at the house. Natalie ordered Britt to stop and get away from her. Shelly's mother, Karen, was also in the house. And so I'm saying, wait a second. Shelly's mom is named Karen. She better be named fucking Karen. Or was Karen Bobo at this fucking house? I'm telling you guys, none of this makes a lick of sense. Like, okay, so, oh, by the way, my mom was there. So she's like, Shelly's mother, Karen, was also at the house and witnessed. Now it says Terry and Janet Britt at the house. Karen. Wait a second. Wait a second. Okay. She's like, here, you can call my mom. Ask her all about it. Now, Shelly noticed that Britt's wife, Janet, was very passive and dominated by Britt. What? She sat alone and did not mingle. Janet seemed to cower when approached by Britt. Do you think that this girl sounds like she's going to use the word cower? Shelly had heard that Shelly had heard that Janet was employed at the News Leader newspaper in Parsons. You guys, this is such fucking a load of shit. If I've ever read it, I'm sorry, but this is such fucking bullshit. Who was at this interview? After, yep. Unreal. Must be a small town, man. Shelly also believes that Britt tried to hit on her. What do you mean believes? Either he did or he didn't. Shelly also believes Britt tried to hit on her during the cookout. Britt walked up to Shelly and tried to stroke her hair. He's trying to hug Natalie. I'm gonna stroke your hair. I'm gonna fuck your 15-year-old sister. Where's your mother? Everybody. I want everybody. Or does this sound like, hey, we need somebody to say something because we're gonna get that rubber cut, you know what I mean? Brent walked up to Nellie and tried to stroke her hair. Shelly had enough of Brent's action at the house and told her boyfriend Kenny to ask the Brits to leave. Dude, it's not your house. You're gonna ask these people to leave somebody's house that like you got invited to somebody's cookout. Tell me how that goes over at your like. This is just unbelievable. I'm sorry. Shelly had enough of Terry Britt's actions at the house and told her boyfriend Kenny to get his fucking ass up off that couch, and you better tell Terry Britt to leave. The Brits did leave, but Shelly believes Terry Britt may have been to the house to visit Kenny on other occasions while she was gone. What? You just have it. Why don't you mean you believe? Ask your man. Last year, Kenny and Terry Britt were partners in doing carpentry work and had advertised in the News Leader newspaper for work. Their ad included their cellular telephone numbers. Oh my God. This is all creating how they were to find the number so they can do it. Oh my goodness. If you could, this is crazy. Shelly believes Kenny Martin and Terry Britt's relationship was only work related, except for a couple slams every now and again, and were not close friends. She does not believe they are presently working together and not staying in contact with each other. Thank you, Shelly. Thank you. Oh, okay. The day of the abduction, which you guys just saw, it's now been a couple hours. I said, "Oh my God, Jennifer Nichols, you lying piece of shit." And then here's fucking what's her tits, Jennifer Thompson, doesn't know dick about this case. I've literally looked at this case for no time. Jennifer Thompson, it's right here. When that man was on the stand, which his name is Bob. On Wednesday, 4/13/2011, at approximately 7 a.m., Bob Williams and Bab, his friend, arrived at a locked gate on a dirt road off Swan Johnson Road in Darton, Tennessee. You son of a bitch, Jennifer fucking Nichols. Fuck you. This report says at approximately 7 a.m., Williams and Bab arrive at a locked gate on a dirt road off of fucking Swan Johnson Road in Darton, Tennessee, you piece of shit. 7 a.m. The dirt road goes down to a large lake owned by BAP, which BAP refers to as the Upper Lake. There is another large lake owned by BAP just to the south of the Upper Lake, which is referred to as the Lower Lake. The Lower Lake is dry at this time. Who gives a fuck? BAP unlocked the gate and drove them down the dirt road to the south end of the Upper Lake and then to the east side of the Upper Lake. On the east side of the Upper Lake, there is a levee separating the Upper Lake from the much smaller lake, right? Below this levee, BAP keeps a canoe there. At possibly 7:15 a.m., and this is where I'm like, ready? This is what I'm saying. The neighbor James Barnes says that he walks out to start loading up his equipment at 7:15. Okay, 7:15. At possibly 7:15, just as they were exiting the vehicle, Williams heard what he believed were cats howling from across the lake. Williams knows there is a house between the west side of the upper lake and Swan Johnson Road occupied by an elderly woman that owns lots of cats. During past fishing trips to the upper lake, Williams has heard these cats howling at each other. Williams himself owns several cats and is familiar with the sounds cats make. He does not believe Bap heard the cats howling that morning. Meaning, if they're not cats, what's the screams? Williams recalled looking at his watch and noting the time was 7:30 a.m. So check this out. At 7:15, at possibly 7:15, just as they were exiting the vehicle, Williams heard what he believes were cats howling from across the lake. He thought they were cats. Williams recalled looking at his watch and noting that, hey, guess what? At 7:30, that's when we pushed the canoe onto the lake to fish. Just before they loaded their equipment into the canoe, Bap was standing on the levee and commented to Williams that a white pickup truck was speeding southbound on Swan Johnson Road. What does that mean? That means the screams were heard, like I said, at 7:15, just a little bit thereafter. And James Barnes heard that shit earlier. Okay. And that's when he kept like, okay, I heard it. And then like I still had to get stuff loaded. And then I kept looking around if I could see any trucks or whatever. And I didn't see any. He's saying he didn't see any, right? Well, these people, you saw that little old man, he said, just after we pushed off 7:30, a truck was speeding away. That means Holly Bobo's in that truck speeding away. Clint couldn't have seen dick, not his dick, balls, sack, fucking left nut, right nut, nothing at no 7:51, 7:57. And how this timeline has not been exposed is absolutely laughable. Laughable. Bap commented about the vehicle because he felt it was traveling too fast. Williams did not see the vehicle, though. At about 8:30 a.m., Dana Bobo called Bap's cellular telephone and told Bap that his daughter Holly Bobo was abducted a short time ago. Williams heard Bap tell Dana that they were fishing on the lake across Swan Johnson Road from the Bobo house, and they had not seen anything suspicious that morning. Bap did mention to Dana that he did see a white pickup truck speeding down Swan Johnson Road that morning. Williams had met members of the Bobo family in the past and was familiar with Holly. After the call from Dana Bobo, they ended their fishing trip. They made their way back onto Swan Johnson Road and saw a lot of people on the road and vehicles parked on the road in front of the Bobo's house. Bap knew one of the deputies standing in front of the Bobo house and spoke to him. The deputy confirmed the news about Holly Bobo being abducted by someone. Williams and Bap decided to look inside Bap's fishing cabins by the upper and lower lakes, but they did not see anything out of place. They then returned to Bap's home in Lexington. His friend, this Williams dude, he actually came in town from Georgia on 4/11 to hang out with his little buddy. So, yeah. Jennifer Nichols lied, and this would have been the easiest impeachment ever. Well, first of all, this whole entire case, when you're listening to this, to the trial testimony, here, watch this. Right before this fucking asshole talks. Oh, Let's go like this.
Okay, let's start. Prove, tell your
spots.
Let's see. There's Drew. I just have to see if they ask when the last time he talked to her was, or if he just had to stand. That might be too loud. What a sick, ridiculous case right now. This timeline is a joke. Everybody, the whole damn family knows everything that happened. You guys have to see how, I want you to see Jennifer Nichols do this to this poor guy. Bap. No, I think Williams was on the stand. Let me get to this playlist. Okay, just got it.
Turned to my buddy and said, "Man, that white truck was flying."
To speak up, you're a little soft. To speak up, you're a little soft-spoken, and it's sort of hard to hear in here. So,
that mic is fine if you need to get a little closer to it.
not asking what your address is, but where do you currently live?
Collierville,
And where's Collierville?
Collierville, Tennessee,
And is that close to Milligan in Lexington? Where did you live?
Kansas City.
At some point in there, did you have a house or property on Swan Johnson Road?
I did. I did not live there. I just owned the property there.
And what kind of property did you own? A house, a lake, what?
150 acres, mostly woods, five lakes, recreational property.
And I asked you whether it was close to Swan Johnson Road. Actually, was it right off of Swan Johnson?
Right on Swan Johnson Road on the east side.
Are you familiar with the family last name Bobo?
Very much so.
Karen Bobo, Dana Bobo, Clint,
Certainly.
and Holly?
And Holly.
Do you recall approximately when you met their family? 2004, did you basically watch Clint and Holly grow up?
I didn't know. Every now and then, I would see her whenever I went over to their
Okay, I would have been objecting to relevance of any of this.
house. In fact, she was sure.
You said you didn't live there. Did you go there frequently or infrequently?
Objection, relevance.
About 3 times a week.
Draw your attention, please, sir, to April the 13th of 2011 and ask you, do you remember that morning?
I do.
Had you spent the night in your cabin there on Swan Johnson the night before?
No.
How specifically do you remember that morning?
I was to go fishing with a good friend of mine who had come in from Atlanta. We spent the night at my home in Lexington, came there the next morning. I remember we were running a little bit late, 30. Went down to the house. I had to rig up or put a boat on the trailer and then hook up the trailer, get our fishing gear together. I showed my buddy a boat that I had built over the winter. Then we went over to a lake, some 300 or 400 yards away from the cabin.
So all of the activity that you described, when you said at the time you went through the gate, that was on that property?
Yes.
The gate to your
Right.
cabin and to your lake, the ponds and lakes?
Yes.
Okay. You sort of have given us some specific time frames. Are you a person that makes note of detail based on your history, your work history, your...
Okay, listen to this cunt. She frickin' says, based on what type of person you are, because he's military, okay, that you're all about timestamps, like you're on it. Listen to this piece of shit.
career?
I had to do that for many years, yes.
And just so the jury understands why you might be a person that pays attention, what was your career?
I worked for the U.S. Surgeon General. I was an Assistant Surgeon General and Rear Admiral in the Public Health Service.
Right, and attained you were a Rear Admiral, weren't you?
Yes.
And when did you retire?
2010.
So this point, this April of 2011 was really shortly after your retirement. You're
Yes.
enjoying yourself, being able to go fishing in the middle of the week.
Indeed.
Okay. Now to go back to, you entered the gate, you said around 7:30.
Around 7:30.
Right there. You entered the gate at 7:30. Objection. Objection. What the fuck is this lawyer doing? Okay. No, he didn't enter the gate at 7:30, first of all. But she's just testifying.
Yes.
And how much time, you entered the gate, you said around 7:30?
First of all, he never said a time yet. And this is what cheating prosecutors do.
Now, to go back to, you entered the gate, you said around 7:30?
Around 7:30, yes.
And how much time did you spend getting things ready, getting the boat on the trailer? And
I would say probably 20 minutes. Then we rode over to the lake. My buddy is a little bit decrepit, and I had my stuff ready to go. He wasn't quite ready yet. He was gathering his stuff together. I was standing on the levee of the lake. He was down next to the boat at the lake surface there trying to get his stuff ready. And that's why I saw what I saw and he didn't see it.
all right, and so that the jury understands, I guess, the layout, you were standing where you
Do you understand that Jennifer Nichols knows that she has to push this timeline? She's pushing this timeline. Okay. And now she knows that she has to push this timeline. That tells me that she knows that Karen Bobo was late for work that day. Could only imagine why. All of this stuff that happened at their house happened so much earlier. If it even fucking happened that day. If it didn't happen like that night. Okay.
were on the levee and looked back towards
For about maybe a 50, 60 yard swath of road there, yeah. Williams, yes.
he was not able to see what you did because of where he was.
Right.
Right. What did you see?
Well, first I heard something, a motor revving up loudly on the road. I looked over and a white truck came by extremely fast, probably faster than any vehicle I've seen on that road before or since, probably traveling 55, 60 miles an hour. And I turned to my buddy and said, man, that white truck was flying. And of course, he didn't see it. That was the end of that conversation.
Were you able, other than maybe the observation that it was a white truck and going fast, were you able to make any other observations about that truck?
I thought it was an extended cab truck.
Okay.
But I
Did you think that it may have been a Ford as well?
I thought it may have been a Ford, but then it was 250 yards or so away.
Okay, so let's go back to this and remind everybody that on Wednesday at approximately 7 a.m., Williams and Bapp arrive at a locked gate on a dirt road off Swan Johnson Road. The dirt road goes down to a large lake. So 7 a.m. they arrive at that gate. At 7:15, that's when the hearing of the cats howling. You know, what they're calling cats. And then William recalled looking at his watch and noting the time was 7:30 a.m. when they pushed the canoe into the lake to fish. Just before they loaded their equipment into the canoe, Bapp was standing on the levee and commented to Williams that a white pickup truck was speeding southbound on Swan Johnson Road. Bapp commented on the vehicle because he felt that it was traveling too fast. Williams did not see the vehicle, though. Nowhere in this report does it ever mention a fucking Ford? Not once.
So,
An extended cab, and you thought it was a Ford.
yes. Yes,
Okay.
yes.
An actual pickup truck.
Yes. And just at the very north end of the Bobo property and my property, Swan Johnson turns into a gravel road. So So,
Okay, listen to this.
and just at the very north end of the Bobo property and my property, Swan Johnson turns into a gravel road. So I find it inconceivable that somebody could have been going that speed with any, well, that made any sense whatsoever after coming off that gravel road unless they were in one heck of a hurry. That's why it drew my attention.
Got your attention. In addition to hearing and then seeing the white pickup truck, did you hear some noise?
This literally, this testimony. What now? This is what's going to be crazy. Watch what Zach Adams' lawyer does.
Shortly before that you thought were cats fighting?
I did. Two of the neighbors own quite a few cats. And when I heard it, I thought, that sounds like a couple of cats fighting. And it was off towards the Bobo house. My buddy, who is actually a cat person, said, "No, I don't think that was cats," but that was all we heard, and we didn't.
Objection. What the fuck is she doing? He cannot talk about what his friend heard or said. Oh my God. This woman's so... How...
And did you
Figure that out.
Did you hear what you thought at the time were cats fighting, two cats fighting, before or after you saw the car speeding past?
Well, I heard that as soon as we got to the lake, so it was before the car.
I love it. I heard that as soon as we got to the lake at 7 a.m. 7 a.m. A typed up Federal Bureau of Investigation report, typed up 7 a.m. is when he got to that gate. He's saying 7:15, hearing the screaming. 7:30, seeing the white truck speeding away. Okay. And here's Jennifer testifying and framing. She is a sick, nasty, like, Jennifer, I wouldn't touch you with a 10-foot pole, a stripper pole, a nothing. You are disgusting because you knew exactly what you were doing. You knew that you needed to push this man's testimony. You knew that you needed to fuck with this timeline. And this man, that's why you actually called him to the stand, because you tried to get in front of it. You didn't realize how bad Jennifer Thompson was. Okay? You made this man your witness, which he should have never been your witness. Because if you actually, this is prosecutorial misconduct. How this, tell me this was brought up. This is disgusting. She has the FBI report right in front of her.
So you heard was it screeching or yelling or crying or?
A screech or a squall, like I say, I thought it was cats.
But your buddy told you it wasn't.
Right.
No, actually what the report says is that he didn't hear cats. That's not what the buddy said. It doesn't matter what the fuck the buddy said. Okay. That's improper. Yeah, no. At possibly 7:15 a.m., just as they were exiting the vehicle, Williams heard what he believed were cats howling from across the lake. Williams knows there is a house between the west side of the upper lake and Swan Johnson Road occupied by an elderly family that owns lots of cats. During past fishing trips to the upper lake, Williams has heard these cats howling at each other. Williams himself owns several cats and is familiar with the sounds cat makes. He does not believe Bap heard the cats howling that morning. Williams does not believe that Bap heard the cats howling. Not that he heard something else.
Do you remember when you were kind enough to let me come to your home and talk to you about what you saw and heard?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and in telling me,
Yes, I did.
let me pass that forward to you. How's that?
Yes, ma'am.
Out of the next number. And if you look over your left shoulder. Right.
She has the map up there.
Tell
Here is where I, for that
None of that
those
matters.
to the area on here.
cat 62 actually. So
Let me ask you, and tell me if either way, is it a possibility that what you heard were voices or high-pitched screaming as opposed
Objection calls for speculation. What the fuck?
to cats?
it was,
I'm going to object to the speculation.
Oh, thank God you got your fucking ass up out the Jesus.
The question's proper, overruled.
Oh my God, what? The question's proper overruled? Are you kidding me? Dude, Key West boomerang, baby. This judge, give him one.
Let me ask that question again. Is it a possibility that the sounds you heard that morning
Possibility.
was someone crying or screaming as opposed to cats fighting?
I didn't think of it in that terms whenever I heard it. I wish I had under the circumstances, but no, I didn't think of it that way, but it's certainly possible that it was.
Now, this information that you shared with the jury, at what point did you tell someone in law enforcement what you had seen regarding that white, possibly Ford extended cab pickup?
Well, the first thing that happened that I knew anything had gone on over there was that
Yes, sir.
All right, lights up.
Dana Bobo called me, I'm not sure, somewhere around 9 o'clock
That morning or that evening?
that morning to ask me what the age requirement to report what's the
Amber?
Amber Alert, what the age requirement was for an Amber Alert. And I said, I think it's 21, but I'm not sure. And then he said, well, Holly's been taken. And he tried to explain what was going on. And so, well, I said, he said, are you at the lake? And I said, yeah. And so I then stopped fishing, went to all of the buildings on the property there to be sure that nobody had come over there to our side of the road. And then I went directly over to Swan Johnson Road, walked up to his house. There were police cars, et cetera, all up and down the road. And I talked to the sheriff of Decatur County and the sheriff of Henderson County, who were together on the roadway there, and told them what I'd seen. And directly, somebody from Homeland Security and the FBI came over to the cabin and talked to me. And then later on that evening, they asked me to come to the command trailer, and I spoke to them again there.
So from
That all happened that day.
within, I guess, an hour and a half or so after you heard and saw this, you were taking steps to report it.
Yes, but I didn't know there was anything to report until Dana's telephone call. Right.
Okay, watch this.
Thank you, sir. I don't have any further questions.
Cross.
No further questions. No further.
She says no further questions. Bitch, you didn't ask a question. No further questions? You didn't ask a question, Jennifer Thompson. Zach is in prison because of this fucking woman. Because even as god awful as this all is, this is embarrassing. You guys, she just says no further questions. Wait, what? You didn't ask any. So it was his lawyer's turn. Okay, look at this.
Sir, I don't have any further questions.
Cross.
So it's like he's like cross-examination, cross, and now here's her opportunity.
No further questions. No
All right. Thank you, Ms.
Okay, I'll cross you. Yeah, hi there. Good morning. Mr. Bapp, is it? Let's take a look here. Okay. Mr. Bapp, you just told the jury that you had met with law enforcement that day, right? Mm-hmm. And so everything that you would have told law enforcement that day, it was right fresh in your mind. You already told the jury how you're great with dates, timestamps, and you spoke to somebody right then and there, and they took your statement, right? Did you write it out? Did they record you? Did they take notes? Okay. So I noticed that prosecutor Nichols was testifying for you. So I want to clear up some stuff. Jennifer Nichols asked you or told you, did she not, that you were at the gate at 7:30 that morning? But that's not correct, is it? In fact, isn't it true that you told law enforcement that you were, your name was Robert, you go by Bob Williams, and that you, at approximately 7 a.m., you, Robert Williams, and your friend Bap arrived at a locked gate on a dirt road off Swan Johnson Road in Darton, Tennessee. Isn't that right? Would it help to refresh your recollection if you saw a report? They'd be objecting like crazy. Isn't it true that you told the officers that you arrived at 7 a.m. to a locked gate off the dirt road of Swan Johnson Road? And isn't it true that you then heard what you described as cats, because you have cats, don't you? How many cats do you have? You know how cats sound. Didn't you tell the FBI that I have cats. And there's a family that lives over that owns a bunch of cats, elderly couple, and you were very specific, and you said that I heard cats howling from across the lake, because I know what cats sound like. Plus, this elderly family owns a lot of cats. Isn't that right? And you talked to the police after you heard that Holly was abducted, and you still didn't dawn on you that, oh, maybe those weren't cats. Williams, you heard the cats, right? But you told the police that Bap, you don't believe that Bap heard the cats howling, right? Just like you told the police that your friend Bap did not see the truck, right? But you had your watch on, right? And you remember looking down at your watch and it said 7:30, that you pushed away and you were in the canoe, right? And that was after you heard the screams at 7:15 and seeing the truck speeding away, right? Well, I had saw the truck speeding away at 7:30 as we pushed off, yes. But that was after you heard the screams, right? So 7:15 and 7:30, not 7:30 at the gate, and then 15 minutes or so, and then you started seeing the white truck. That's all not accurate, right? It'd be a more accurate time of what you told the police when you said that you arrived at 7 at the gate and that you heard what you thought was cats at 7:15, and then at 7:30 you saw a truck, right? That's what you told the police. Do you know when you were interviewed? How many times did you meet with the police? You said you were interviewed that day, because when you met with, you don't recall meeting with the FBI August 15th of 2011. That's not the same day, right? So in fact, at 8:30, you told the FBI, did you not, that Dana called you and told you that Holly Bobo was abducted? After the call with Dana, how How much longer did you stay on the lake? Isn't it true that you told the FBI that you made your way back after, canoeing, that you made your way back onto Swan Johnson Road and you saw a lot of people on the road and vehicles parked on the road in front of the Bobo house? And then it was not you, but your friend. He knew a bunch of the deputies standing in front of the Bobo house and spoke to him. BAP knew one of the deputies standing in front of the Bobo house and spoke to him. The deputy confirmed the news about Holly Bobo being abducted by someone. So when you met with law enforcement on the property, did you see them writing anything down? Did they record you? Did they ask you to come down to the station and make a statement? Okay, yep. When you decided to look in the cabins that were located up around the lake, did anybody go with you? Did anybody ask you to go look in those cabins? You just went on your own? Where are those situated? And nothing was there, right? And that white truck that you saw speeding away down that gravel road, right? You said that's the logging road? Did you share that you saw a truck speeding away at 7:30? 7:30. Did you share that with anybody? Yep. Isn't it true that you did? You told people what time. Hey, we got down there at 7. We heard the cats at 7:15. We saw a truck speeding away, white truck, extended cab Ford, going like 50 or 60. So it would surprise you then if Clint Bobo saw Holly at 7:50. Would that surprise you? No more further questions. Get the fuck out of here. This is no questions. She didn't ask this man any questions. Unbelievable. Unfucking believable. You didn't see anybody throwing shit. When you saw that truck, did you see 1 or 2 people in there? 5, 10? Unbelievable. All right, guys, let's see on the next one. Easiest case in the world to solve. Easiest, seriously, case in the world. And it's right there in your house. This man right here screams at 7:15. Truck is leaving at 7:30. How did Clint see Holly at 7:52, 7:53, 7:56? My motherfucking titties. The fuck he didn't. It's right. It was right here. Right here. Unreal. Unreal. Stay tuned. We got more coming. Let's just keep fucking up the timeline.